Now we have a new policy where we can't wear any excessively baggy clothing. Does a cape really count as baggy clothing? Like, just no capes.
No capes!
It's Ham Planet, who turns herself into Ham Saturn, which I guess is bigger than a planet. Saturn's a planet, though. What the fuck? It's fine. It's fine. User Burger Time. I like that name. I work at a processing center for a non-profit organization that raises money by running a chain of thrift stores. More specifically, I work in the seasonal department with a ham planet named Maggie. There's a department for season? What is that? You guys go sort the Christmas stuff? Untangle the fucking Christmas lights? I don't really get it, but fine. Maggie is well known for not being the sharpest crayon in the box, but today she managed to outdo herself. Since we too run the seasonal department, we deal with a lot of artificial Christmas wreaths. Today we had a really big one come down the line. It was like 3.5 feet in diameter, and I tagged it and priced it and handed it to Maggie for it to be packed. Maggie picked up the wreath and said, "I could totally hula hoop in this." And then she set the wreath on the floor and stepped into it and started pulling it up. Well, the wreath made it to her fupa before deciding that it wasn't going no further. Anyone with common sense would just give up at this point, but when Maggie gets a dumb idea in her head, she commits. She gave it a yank and got it around, I guess what we'll call her waist. Oh, good. Now it's stuck. It took her another 30 seconds or so to realize what the rest of us were already fully aware of. Yeah, including myself. Her hula hoop had become a belt, and it was not going anywhere. Production pretty much ground to a halt for the next 5 minutes as we all watched her struggle to squeeze out of the iron grip of Christmas. I can't even feel bad, but you made this choice. Sit with your actions and think about them thoroughly. Her efforts proved futile, and she had to walk across the entire warehouse, stuffed in a wreath, to the electronics department where they could cut her loose with their heavy-duty wire cutters. You don't have wire cutters in the Christmas department? Whatever the fuck is this imaginary Christmas warehouse? Yeah, neat, sure. Maggie's currently crying after being scolded for fooling around and mishandling donations. Yeah, we got that stuff for free. What, do you want me to just cut it apart? Because you want to wrap it around your giant self. I guess it could be a funny joke or something like that. But really, that's not what we're paid to do on the clock, Maggie. I don't know. Maybe you did deserve the reprimand just a little bit. Maybe you got some shit to figure out, huh? She's never gonna admit to that. That's fine. It's a short one. We'll continue on, and I'll give the Gubbinses the next one. How about that? And here it is, the continuing saga of Ham Saturn. It's got quite a few parts. I don't know how long it'll take us to get through it. We'll do what we can today. That's what I know. About a month ago, I posted about the ordeal of my HP coworker, Maggie, getting herself stuck in a wreath. What's HP? Hewlett-Packard? Harry Potter? I don't know. I've received multiple requests to keep going with reporting on her shenanigans, and yeah, there are plenty, so here's the next installment. Maggie and I work in a warehouse environment where we process donations for a charitable organization's thrift store. Side note, it's not Goodwill. That organization is entirely about greed and gives nothing back to the community. Oh, well, yeah, I could tell you feel strongly about this. We used to have zero dress code. There are lots of pajama bottoms and raggedy t-shirts. Oh, just what I want. When I walk into a fucking thrift store, I want everybody to look like they dressed themselves from this thrift store that I'm currently in. Come on, can we put a little fucking pizzazz into the thing, you know?
There's my flare, okay?
Just make it look like we give a shit. Fool me, please. The change in the dress code policy was launched because of Maggie. Maggie is 27 years old and is a huge fan of Harry Potter. I probably would have rather hear about Hewlett-Packard, honestly. She identifies as a Hufflepuff to the point where she dresses up every Friday in a Hufflepuff outfit. Yeah, that's whatever gets you through the week, Maggie. I don't know, man. A couple years ago, Hogwarts Legacy came out, and I thought that I was, like, pretty Hufflepuff, but now, a couple years down the road, I'm pretty sure I'm Slytherin. And sometimes she wears her professor outfit with a pointy witch cap and a wand tucked into her sash. Sometimes it's her Quidditch garb. Some days, she crushes our spirits with Harry Potter leggings and a matching cloak. Yeah, she's really into this shit. I mean, that's neat. It's great you have a thing you like, but I don't know. Are you gonna make it other people's problem? That's probably what's gonna happen. She has a lot of outfits, needless to say. And for whatever reason, it's her Friday choice. This was easy for me to ignore because as far as I'm concerned, you do you, as long as you're minding your own business and not really infringing on anyone else's life. Yep, feel that. A few Fridays before the wreath incident, Maggie's fashion decisions did infringe upon my life. Yeah, I sort of knew that one was coming. We all slumped into work in the wee hours, and at the morning pep talk, we all observed Maggie in her brand new Hufflepuff cape, in all its badger-printed glory with her morning beam on her face looking like the world's most horrible bee. Do bees look at you like that? I've never noticed how bees look at me. I probably am getting fucking side-eyed. We all know what that grin meant. It meant that she couldn't wait to explain her cape and that we were going to have to hear all about it for the next hour before most of us have even decided that existing throughout this entire day was really an option. It's fine. Just drone on about the stupid Hufflepuff cake. Yeah, it's black and yellow. That's really neat.
You know what it is.
I'd like to show you a really neat rap song about black and yellow, and we could just play it on repeat.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Turn it up. We don't have to listen to Maggie.
Everything I do it big. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, of course, sure enough, Maggie begins bragging about her new getup as soon as the meeting is over, telling us how her mom sewed it for her, and it took over a week and like $100 to make it. To be fair to her mother, despite the fact that she and her husband insanely ruined at least one child, she is an amazing seamstress. Yeah, all that time I could have spent with my kids, I spent it in a fucking sewing bee, a quilting bee. That'll fill the hole in her heart when I make her a stupid Hogwarts cape. I don't even know if you could blame the mom at this point. I guess sort of. She's 27 and you're like still making her Harry Potter capes and stuff. At a certain point, it's like maybe time to pull the plug, you know? Maybe I can make you the cape after you find some gainful employment where you could actually float your own life. But I don't know, fuck, life's hard. Why make it any harder? And on your own, kids, for God's sake. I'm sort of torn. I'm not gonna blame the mom immediately. Fucking Maggie has to bear the brunt of all of this. Anyway, we compliment the cape and go trudging about our normal work. As I said, we work in a warehouse. It's a dirty environment and the air conditioning isn't really the best, so we all have a personal fan for our workstations.
Buy a Zora, buy a Zora, buy a Zora.
Oh my god, she's gonna get choked out by a fan. It's gonna catch up the cape and just strangle her right there in the warehouse. That'd be a terrible ending to this series. Like 2 parts. Fuck, she died. It's crazy, dude. Anyway, every week we have to remove the cage around the blades and wipe the fans down and rinse the cage in the sink. Otherwise, the collected dust will mess with some people's allergies. Plus, you know, gross. The dusty air feels hotter. Like a clean fan, it's quite a nice treat. Anyway, Maggie chose this Friday to clean her fan. This usually wouldn't be a big deal, except this time, Maggie forgot to replace the goddamn cage around the fan blades before she turned it on and started to walk away. Dude, I called this shit. I'm seeing it 4 dimensions right now. Basically what happened is her cape got sucked into the fan blades, and the cape choked out the fan, but unfortunately did not choke out Maggie. Gotta get a stronger fan, that's what that is. After making a valiant effort at retaining its rotation, the motor started smelling like it was burning. My reaction was to perform this half-assed vault over my work table to unplug the power strip that the fan was plugged into. It was pretty much a crash onto my work table because, yeah, I suck in a lot of different ways. I know you do, OP. But at least you got to do the Dukes of Hazzard shit, right?
Fighting the system like a true modern-day Robin Hood.
That's what's really important in this whole life. While my feet were in the air and one hand was on the ground, preventing me from falling on my face, the other hand was grasping at the unplugged cord. And what does Maggie do during all this? She continues trying to back out of her stupid ruined cape and steps her foot square onto the pinky finger of the hand that I'm holding myself up with. Of course, she doesn't realize she's standing on someone because she's still trying to cast a fucking spell or whatever to get herself out of the 1098th terrible life choice of hers. So I start screaming at her to move her feet, but she just seems to be grinding her heels and paying attention only to her own struggles. God, she's the size of a hippopotamus, ain't she? They're gonna amputate that finger. That finger is dead. What is she? I guess she's trying to get away from the fan. Doesn't realize OP's in there trying to play the hero or whatever the fuck is going on here. Y'all are both weird. Can I say that? Eventually, my work partner and floor manager run over and push Maggie out of the way, helping me to my feet, and they untie the cape from her neck. It was probably like a 30-second incident, but when a moose has her hoof on your body, yeah, it feels like a whole lot longer. My manager examined my finger, and I informed him that I was leaving immediately to go home and cool down because I was pissed off. Oh yeah, we could just do that? We could just make that choice? Apparently Maggie's not the only one that's fucking off from this job. Where's your manager's nuts? Like, no, you're not going... You need an ice pack? You can take an ice pack back to your desk. Get the fuck back to work. I would not be giving up any of my paid time off because of her moronery. Yeah, if I was your manager, I think this conversation would have gone a little differently. What the fuck do you mean you're leaving? Yeah, I guess. Don't come back. I admit that I was screaming and acting unprofessionally. I knew my finger wasn't broken, although it ballooned up and my fingernail turned black and fell off. I treated myself to an extra couple of days off at the company's expense after the weekend was over. Well, because you got your stupid little fingy stepped on because you wanted to do your Dukes of Hazzard bullshit? Fuck you. I mean, yeah, totally. Nice try trying to save everybody or whatever. But I'm not giving 3 days off, 2.5 days off. You just, for your little finger. No, not gonna happen. That is some ludicrous shit you're talking about right now. Anyway, my coworkers informed me that the cape and the fan had to be thrown away, and now we have a new policy where we can't wear any excessively baggy clothing. Does a cape really count as baggy clothing? Like, just no capes.
No capes.
That's... Could we do that instead? She's the only fucking one that wears a cape, you know? I have no idea how much trouble Maggie got into this because technically she didn't really violate any rules. The company is severely understaffed because they don't pay that well and they demand too many results without appropriate compensation. Oh yeah, except for the fact that you could throw a little fucking hissy fit and go take like a 4-day weekend. What do you... that seems fairly compensated to me, personally. OP says, I work there because I collect antiques and I don't have to worry about a mortgage. My bosses pulled me aside when I came back and told me that Maggie had been reprimanded, but neither they nor her will say how. My finger's alright and I was fully compensated for my wages for my time off. Yeah, that seems absolutely fucking ludicrous to me. That manager's a pushover. OP is just like an unprofessional mess. You got like that sense of superiority lingering about you, honestly. Maggie, of course, she's more just a dope, you know? Like, she's not actively malicious in any way. She's just a big, dumb idiot, and I don't know if she can really help it, you know? She's gone through her whole life just thinking about fucking Hufflepuff things and when mommy's gonna finish sewing my cape. I don't expect all that much out of Maggie. From the way OP talks, I expect a heck of a lot more out of her, but I don't seem to be getting it. At least she acknowledged she was unprofessional and such, but yeah, that manager, he's got some splaining to do. That's what I know. How about you, Gubbins? What did you think?
She walked through the whole warehouse wearing a plastic bush because her belly wouldn't let go. Then she dressed like a wizard and tried to fight a fan, but she just stepped on her friend's finger instead. She is big and dumb, but at least she is trying to have fun while she breaks everything. The manager is scared to fire the big wizard. Gubbins. I'm
scared to fire the big wizard too, honestly. If she was Slytherin, imagine the damage that she could do. I do agree. Like I said, she's just sort of an oaf. I don't really hate Maggie. I think the OP is like much more repugnant in a lot of ways. How did you feel about it, Dark One?
The narrator is a bitter, condescending elitist who mocks a woman's joy while boasting about not needing the money because they collect antiques. Maggie is a clumsy fool, but the narrator is a smug bully who leverages a workplace injury to extort paid time off while dehumanizing a co-worker. They deserve each other in that miserable warehouse. Dark Gubbins.
They certainly do. I can't wait to watch them eat each other alive in that miserable warehouse. I think I'm gonna give the point to Dark Gubbins on that one. Congratulations. Strong early start, but the story's not over yet. So let's continue on and see what we got in the third entry, I suppose it is. The wardrobe malfunctions of Ham Saturn won me 50 points. Oh yes, 50 points for Gryffindor. Are we doing the Harry Potter thing still? No, we're not. Okay. It looks like we are. I see HP in the thing. Super, love it. Super Slytherin, bitches. My coworker Maggie, at 27, is the biggest Harry Potter fan I've ever seen in my life. I don't know how her parents managed to do this to her, but she's never moved out of the small town home that her parents raised her in, and has had only one boyfriend in her entire life. Another Harry Potter fanatic with a blatant personality disorder, which I know because he also used to work at my company, and he was fired for trying to commit insurance fraud before the sexual harassment charges were filed. Yeah, real winner. What's the insurance fraud all about? I could probably forgive that one. It's a victimless crime. Come on. Who suffers? The insurance company? Fuck them. But the harassment charges, yeah, that's a pretty interpersonal crime. I can't sign off on that one. Anyway, we're not here to talk about boyfriend, are we? One of the most irritating things of many about Maggie is her disregard for wearing clothing that fits. We work in a warehouse and most of us are in t-shirts, track pants, basketball shorts, etc., but not Maggie. Maggie is either decked out in Hufflepuff gear or denim booty shorts, paired with a tank top or spandex leggings or an ill-fitting t-shirt. And the thing is, the back of whatever shirt she's wearing always gets sucked into her lower back roll before we even get our lunch break. So we are all coming face first into a bare naked 6 inches of roll above her also visible ass crack. Every day. Start sticking coins in it or something. She'll get the message. No, that's a harassment charge too. Fuck. I don't know what you do. Look the other way, I guess. I don't know. Get her some of those like garter clips, but for your shirt, you know? That's what I'd do. That's what I'm getting Maggie for Secret Santa this year. I got it. Big brain plays. Also, yeah, her back boobs, says OP. she does have boobs on her back. And you can see them whenever she wears a tank top. Yeah, what a treat for you. You seem to be really obsessed with the back of Maggie. How often do you look at the back of Maggie, OP? You like draw pictures of her like one of your French girls? And OP says there's a lot of lifting and bending at our job, and if you work next to someone like that, well, you're getting all of their visuals and smells for about 10 hours a day. And it is so not okay to expose yourself like that. I mean, that would presume that she's doing it on purpose, which you and I both know she's probably not. She's oafish and goofy and, I don't know, fucking can't afford shirts that fit. I really do think that you should, consider your dress a little bit more. But Maggie, she's too busy thinking about her next Harry Potter adventure, How are you gonna work past that one? Anyway, we've all seen some plumber cracks every once in a while, and that's funny, because, oops, shit happens. But, like, her ass and her rolls are out literally, like, all the time. Just walk up, give it a tug. I don't think you can do that either. I think that's also harassment. But yeah, we could have an open conversation about it. Hey Maggie, I see your ass crack hanging out again. Please, please don't, okay? Could you not? I'm here to remind you. I'd like you to not. In order to maintain our sanity at our job, because there's nobody in our section of the warehouse that can tolerate Maggie's god-awful personality, and we need a coping mechanism, we've now developed a game that's sort of similar to the one in the movie Waiting. Oh yeah, I watched the movie with fucking Dane Cook in it, and, who's the other guy? Ryan Reynolds. Of course Ryan Reynolds. He's much bigger than Dane Cook. Why would I name Dane Cook first? It's a pretty fucking funny movie, though. Anyway, the game is the one where they try to get each other to look at the guy's nuts. Well, our game is to try and get each other to look at Maggie's wardrobe malfunctions.
Game loses its meaning if you don't humiliate them for being a fucking meat game.
We don't kick each other in the butt when we succeed. Our satisfaction is all about the other person being grossed out. We are very mature people. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that you work in a non-profit warehouse, I'm just... Not to come after you or anything, but you're coming after Maggie for fucking essentially no reason at all. Because you don't like the way she dress. It is super immature. Like, you saying it out loud doesn't fucking forgive the thing. I want you to know that. You're an asshole. Nobody told Maggie about the thing. You think Maggie knows? She probably knows. And yeah, you're just making it so much worse than it is. There's no fucking reason for all this, okay? Hostile work environment. That's what I have to say. Anyway, so far, we made an informal point system, and we're giving 20 and 10 pointers out for when our work friends glance at her shorts getting stuck under her ass cheeks, or even worse, getting lodged up the front roll. With that old Maggie's camel toe, And it's sort of funny, I guess, but it's at another person's expense, which I would feel so guilty about, and for some reason these people just don't. They're just like, she's fat, therefore not human. I'm sure her fucking personality is insufferable in a lot of ways, but guess what? You too. I don't think we get along all that well, OP. You just think you're fucking better than everybody else. It's like, oh, I don't really need the money. That's why I work here, because I don't need the money. It's all for my stupid antiques collection. What sort of antiques are you collecting there, huh? Anything worth, like, actual money? Or is it just stuff that came into the thrift store and they're like, we can't sell this piece of shit. I'm gonna throw it away. And OP's like, well, I would much rather just hoard it at my home if I'm able. She's creating her leg beard nest. She's undergoing metamorphosis as we speak. Anyway, yeah, pants lodged up in a front roll. and making them gasp. We dole out points according to the severity of the reaction, and I admit that we're all assholes for doing this, but rest assured that we're not ripping on her for her weight. We're ripping on her for being a toxic energy vampire. She's awful! Literally, you've given me no example of that. Your example was like she wore a Harry Potter cape, and I really don't like that. Well, it got caught in a fan. Like, we could have just laughed at it and not made it more than it is, but LP wanted to throw a stupid little bitch fit and be like, I need a 5-day weekend where my pinky's not going to recover correctly. Where's the toxic energy vampire? Fucking citation needed. Show me some evidence, please. 3 months or so ago, I made the top of the list. What, for the stupid points shit you're talking about? Nobody's keeping track. Maggie showed up to work in galaxy-printed spandex leggings. One of the older ladies I worked with muttered, "I wouldn't advertise that you can fit the Milky Way on your ass if I was you," as she pushed her trolley by, and that made me look, 10 points to her, at Maggie's butt. Big mistake. I mean, essentially, yeah, we're still ripping on her for being fat. Even the old lady, I thought she fucking had a better sense of community, you know? I expected much better from you, Agnes, Ida, Pearl, whatever fucking old people name you have. Yeah, there was the biggest poop stain on the Milky Way leggings. How could you see the poop stain? It's black. It's the blackness of space. You got some really dark Pepto-Bismol poops.
It's called Vanta Black, and it's known to absorb all available light in the universe.
There was the biggest poop stain I've ever seen on an adult. Just to the left of the seam on the ass side of her leggings, it was huge. Just a vertical shit smear right on her ass. Again, we need to have a conversation about this. It's fun. We can have a laugh, you know, but please, you need to wipe better. I don't know what's going on. I present you with this rag on a stick, and you can fucking figure it out from there, okay? OP says she can't even wipe properly at 27 years old, and she wore her poopy pants to work. She thought nobody would notice. You gotta get the stains out, alright? I don't know if that's like fresh, or if it's just somebody doesn't do laundry very good in your house, but it's not good. It's not good. I immediately ran over to the other side of the warehouse and played my making you look ace up my sleeve to my friend, who is one of many who hates Maggie, and he gets the look in his eyes and starts repeating, "Fuck you, I'm not looking." And then 15 minutes later, he walks by my station laughing and says, "Oh, fuck you, I enjoy your 25 points, I'm gonna go find some eye bleach." And then he goes back to his station. Oh yeah, what's his station? Does he have a fucking Easter-based warehouse station? Is that how this works? Does anybody do any fucking work here? Please? Just for a minute, let's see how it feels. At the end of the day, when we're punching out, we were in hysterics about the stain yet again, because Maggie was in front of us at the time clock. The floor manager was also punching out and finally asked, "What the fuck have you been laughing about all day?" And so we waited until Maggie was out the door, and then I burst out with, "She had the biggest shit stain right on her butt," while laughing like a lunatic. To which the floor manager replied, "Jesus Christ, I've had 3 other people approach me about that today. I'm not dealing with that. That is not in my job description." Listen to me. Yes, it is. It's only gonna get worse if you don't address it, stupid. So either fire her or have a moderately difficult conversation. Grow a dick, is what I have to say. He stormed out the door. I was awarded another 25 points. Maggie has not worn those leggings ever since, so I think she found out about her accident once she got home. Yes, Definitely an amazing story. The lady I work with had poop in her pants. Okay. Round of applause for OP. She's so much better than that person that literally craps on themselves. Amazing. Just perfectly done. I don't know how that story could have gotten any better unless a warm gun was placed in my mouth. It's so dumb. It's just OP who really wants to feel better than somebody. So congratulations. You're definitely got one up on the fat girl with no friends. Good for you. What an asshole. I'm serious, like what an unrepentant bitch this OP is. And we've had bad stories recently, spooky, like sort of bland and boring and hateable, but like this OP is actively hateable. So, congratulations, I guess. Let's see what the Gubbinses have to say about this one.
She has constructed a social hierarchy where the only requirement for being elite is basic bowel control. She works the same dead-end job as the woman she despises, yet acts like an anthropologist observing a lower species to soothe her own mediocrity. She is not superior. She is simply the smartest insect in the dung pile. Dark Gubbins.
Ooh, smartest insect in the dung pile. Let him cook. What do you have to say about a young one?
She make game to stare at butt mud. She thinks she king of tribe because she wipe her own boom boom. She work in same box cave, smell same smells, live same sad life. She just clean rat laughing at dirty rat. Both rats disgusting. Gubbins.
I like butt mud and boom boom. And also, yeah, the rat comparison. Surplus rats that can't be used anymore, so they're dumped. With no minister present, in a spiraling corkscrew disposal unit, ground in the stew and flushed away! Yeah, you like dead Kennedys? The soup is good food? I'm giving the point to Gubbins for sure on that one. Yeah, boy. So let's get into one more. We gotta break this tie, we do. We had a tie last time. Fucking bullshit. We gotta pick a winner today. It's gonna happen. So let's get over there, see what we got, and hopefully it's not gonna be a piece of shit. I mean, it will be, but like, hopefully OP's more tolerable, borderline maybe. Fingers crossed. We'll see. Here it is, the worst story ever told about Ham Saturn. I mean, that's, yeah, you're building me up for something. More than she pooped in her pants? There's something worse than that. Alright. You got me hooked then. This is awful, but I swear it's absolutely true. I wish to hell it wasn't. The fake stories always start like that, don't they? You may have read about my coworker Maggie and her antics. This one isn't so much about her as it is about my former coworker, who is also a Harry Potter, and her former fiance. They both started working at the company at the same time as myself, and also after they were broken up, in the same room of the warehouse at that, and also on the same schedule, so they could drive there together. What could possibly go wrong? Oh yes, I want to go to work with this person and go home with this person and sleep next to this person. And surely if we spend every hour of every day together, we'll love each other more than ever. OP says, I won't go into detail about Maggie's issues and personality faults because I've already documented some, and I'll save the rest of that continuing long discussion for future posts. There's going to be a lot to unpack here. I'll try to break down her ex's bullshit here, and there is a lot, so strap in or bail out now. Yeah, I wish I could bail out. If it wasn't a tie, I'd bail out. Come to think of it, there are going to be multiple stories about this guy as I unearth and purge my rage, so we'll give him a name. It will be Gloop, as in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. What is this fucking magical Christmas factory that infantilizes everybody that'll work in it? Why Charlie and the Chocolate Factory? Are you a fan of Roald Dahl? Roald Dahl? Yeah, okay. Gloop is 27 years old. He dated Maggie from high school until some years ago. Maggie informed everyone in the warehouse that he was a feeder and told her sisters that he overserved her on purpose so she'd get fat and never have the option to leave him. Believe me, he did not need to do that. She drank a 2-liter of Mountain Dew every day and would also eat McDonald's every day. He kept leeching money from her mother, like thousands, because he was too good to work. Never paid any of it back, of course. And he was cheating on Maggie with another Harry Potter fan who he is now currently engaged to. Yeah, he's a real piece of shit. I'll post more stories about him later. Yeah, Maggie getting the short end of the stick all the way around. It's pretty fucked up, isn't it? Sometimes we gotta put our foot down. Sometimes we gotta put it down real hard. Put my foot down real hard, right in the middle of your skull. OP says this is going to be a lot right here, and I mean a lot. And I apologize in advance, but I really need some help in processing all this. I'm not 100% sure on the chronological events, and obviously there is missing information after this, but here are the facts that we have on the book. 1. Gloop and his new fiancée were living with an underage girl and her man in a polygamous relationship that his fiancée was unaware of. Ew. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, for the safety of everyone, I'm gonna have to seal you in your apartment and light it on fire. That's the only way to get rid of the rot. 2. The underage girl's boyfriend was kicked out of their arrangement. 3. The underage girl got thrown out of her parents' house and fell pregnant. Or maybe vice versa. 4. Gloop used to be this girl's fucking babysitter. Oh my god. So foul. Yeah, now we finally get a subject who's like actively hateable. That's the worst. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. I'm sad and angry all at the same time. Might like to utilize a nice ReddX Industries brand XL lead pipe. So yeah, I guess the child gave birth to another child. And now 5, the now toddler's paternal origins are still unknown as Gloop refuses to get a paternity test. Oh, it's a lot to unpack here. OP was right. She said buckle in. I'm like, I don't need to. No, fucking, I feel like I just hit a brick wall. Oh, I'm sick. 6, Gloop's fiance's mother pays all their bills and gave them a car because only the fiance and girlfriend have part-time jobs because they all have anxiety. And Gloop was fired from my company for trying to bilk insurance money from a phony injury. He also tried to fake having COVID to get 2 paid weeks off of work. Oh, paid time is only for OP when she throws her little fits. I'm not gonna get mad at him for bilking the insurance company. I will, however, see him executed for his child bride. 7. If Gloop hadn't been fired for all of that, well then, he would have still been fired for harassing me. He polled my male colleagues about who wanted to bang me. They also hate him, and came straight to me to report the situation. Before they came and told you, though, they told Gloop, no, I never would do that. And OP's a frigid harpy. That's what I know. She thinks she's better than everybody. I can't get involved with something like that, Gloop. Now I gotta go tell her in an attempt to get you fired. I'm playing all sides, is what I'm doing right now. Number 8. Now that his fiancée is aware of the polyamorous relationship, she disapproves of it but allows it to continue and has also fallen pregnant. Oh, good. There's so many beardlings in the world. We're gonna turn those birth rates right around, I'll tell you what. 9. Gloop is still unemployed, but started a GoFundMe account to try and start up his own personal 3D printing cosplay weapons business. Yeah, I'm sure that's really gonna pop off. Like, you can't even pull together a few $100 to get yourself a fucking 3D printer and try and get the business off the ground. Talk to some relatives who might still believe in you, perhaps. Gloop doesn't have anybody that believes in him. I guess the fiance and the underage girl, but yeah, they're both sort of captive under lock and key as far as I can tell. This situation is fucking grim. 10. Gloop and his girlfriend and her baby and his pregnant fiance all live together in the same ratty apartment and share the same bed now. Yes, a hell of your own making. Congratulations. Somebody call Maury Povich to handle this shit, because I just can't. I'm not gonna handle it either. If I have to handle it, it's gonna be with fucking toxic waste gloves, okay? This is like the worst thing that could happen. I understand, okay, that Maggie, she's oafish and derpy, and OP hates her for some reason, but Gloop, yeah, that guy really needs to be taken out back. He needs to have the fucking boots put to him yesterday, like, oh my god.
What will you learn? What will you learn? That your actions have consequences!
Despicable. Yeah, I guess let's let the gubbins dump some vitriol on him, shall we?
He eat food, he no hunt, he make babies with sick women, but he no build cave. He cry about fake hurt leg to steal meat from tribe. He want beg for shiny rocks to make plastic doll sword while baby cry in small box. He useless mouth, throw him in volcano, gubbins.
Plastic doll sword? Is that like the 3D printing thing? Yeah. Decent coverage of events. I would have liked to see a little more vitriol, but that's okay. We'll try Dark Gubbins next, shall we?
He converted a caretaking role into a predatory one, impregnating his charge and refusing to acknowledge the result. He begs for capital to manufacture plastic toys while his offspring crowd into a squalid apartment funded by his mother-in-law. He is not a man. He is a reproductive cancer, Dark Gubbins.
God, thank God it's not self-reproductive. Or maybe that's bad. Because then he has to pull somebody else into the fucking mud pile. Like, I hate everything that's going on here. But yes, I would say that's a point for Dark Gubbins. Congratulations, my friend. You've won! You've won! What happened to Social Security, Jim?
Ronald Reagan kicked me out of my mental hospital.
Ham Saturn was banished from the swim team. She was on the swim. She made it on the swim team, and then she was banished from it. I don't believe you. Immediately, I don't believe you. Today was voluntary overtime shift at work, and I signed up for it, and unfortunately was paired with the ham planet Maggie. Thank you to everybody who told me that HP was Ham Planet. I kept calling it Harry Potter. I'm such an idiot. Ignore all that shit I said before. Maggie is a notorious energy vampire, as is OP. She's been compared multiple times to Colin Robinson from What We Do in the Shadows by various people. Oh yes, I can only identify things with popular media. Far be it from me to describe her in my own words. Haven't you seen What We Do in the Shadows?
This girl ruined my day too, you know.
I think I watched it on a fucking plane ride once. I fell asleep. One of her more irritating traits is her compulsive need to make up stories in order to impress people or make her life seem interesting or make herself into a victim.
Energy vampires love a good road trip. I myself always have my mix ready to go. 25, hey there, Delilah.
Yeah, I can't really get into that. I'm glad that we're actually digging into Maggie's psychology now, though. It never works because her stories are clearly bullshit. She'll make things up and double down when called out on her lies, so I've developed a strategy where I kind of just egg her on to the point where she's absolutely painted herself into a corner with her lies, and then I call over another coworker and relay her story starting with, "Say, did you know that blah blah blah?" And they'll scoff and tell me how stupid her story is while she stands there, and I'll say, "No, Maggie just told me all about that." And they'll basically laugh in her face, and she'll start softly blubbering for like an hour. And this happens every week.
Yeah, I'm not positive what my deal is either, so I just sort of keep on trucking.
Well, that seems like an accomplishment for you, I guess. What a neat pastime you have there at your job, where you're being paid to do fucking something else other than the thing that you're doing, creating a hostile work environment and bullying the mentally incompetent, essentially. Maggie does paint herself as a victim, I'm sure, but that's because, you know, she gets poop on her pants and nobody tells her. They just want to laugh at her about it.
I have my trail mix, not to eat, of course, but to shove into the crevices of the seat.
I don't know. It's hard to pick if Maggie or OP's right here. Maybe everybody just sucks. Today was like every other day. I get stuck working with Maggie. She was yapping her fool head off, and I was trying my best to ignore her. She brought up the Olympics, which I'm into. The summer games are my favorite, as I was in diving, track, and gymnastics when I was a wee slip of a girl. I made a comment about how much I was enjoying the swimming competitions, and Maggie seized her opportunity. She's like, yeah, I was totally a wee slip of a girl once upon a time, too. And, I mean, at the end of the day, is this just not like another way to validate yourself, you know? Put yourself above Maggie, despite the fact you're doing the same fucking job. Maggie proceeded to tell me that she was the best in her whole high school at treading water. I immediately think, oh yeah, right. Here we go. I mean, OP, she probably is, like, inherently buoyant, you know? There was no way she didn't just bob up and down in the pool, buoyed by her fat. She's 27 and a good 350 pounds easy. There was no way that she was fit in high school. When we did conditioning in the pool, we had to tread water with our hands up, and I asked her if that's how they did it too. She looked confused and started stammering and said, she was the best swimmer in her class. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's like one-upping yourself. We're getting better and better at swimming as the story goes on. I asked her what the best races were and what high school she competed for. She stumbled around and said, the one where they go like this. And then she mimicked a butterfly stroke and then informed me that she never actually competed in swimming. What? Oh, she was just the best swimmer, but she didn't want to compete. She didn't want to embarrass everybody else in the pool. I understand. I asked her how she knew she was the best swimmer in her class, if that was the case, as she had repeatedly told everyone of her ACL surgery and showed off the scars. Now she was permanently excused from gym class because of it. We also know every detail of every therapy session, and her list of medications, and her gastritis, and also every night she smokes weed, and every time I took a Xanax the night before because she feels like we should give a shit. I think it is you who feels like we should give a shit, OP. And really, I'm trying, but I can't find it in myself. Oh, God forbid she talks on the job and, like, wants to make a connection with her coworkers. Only OP's allowed to talk on the job, and only so she can bully one specific coworker into the ground, to the point where she's crying for an hour, and OP says, "Tee-hee, what a fun day we had." You're a fucked up human being, I want you to know that.
You are all the things that are wrong with you. You need to be better.
Her answer was, I tried out for the swim team, and I did better than everyone. But they told me I wasn't allowed to join because I was too fat, and didn't fit into any of the weight classes in swimming. Well, that's new. What? Swimming isn't boxing or wrestling, where you have to be sorted into weight classes to ensure that you and your competitor don't get unnecessarily hurt. Swimming is an individual sport. Literally every person on the planet knows this. Yeah, that's some grade A bullshit right there. Weight classes for swimming. They might need weight classes for, like, the treading water thing that she mentioned earlier, though. I pretended to be outraged, and I said, "Oh, how dare they?" And then I called my friend Brian over to the station. Brian is a ham planet himself, but he's a great guy with a great sarcastic sense of humor who used to bounce for most of the dive bars in town. Yeah, on top of his Christmas warehouse job or wherever the fuck we are. Like, yeah, I hate Brian for being obese too, but it's okay because he can laugh at himself and also assist me in mocking Maggie for no reason really, except for the fact she felt like she fucking mattered for just like half a second without doo-doo smeared on her jeans. This whole thing depresses me.
You a poopy bench, liar, liar, pants on fire.
Brian also used to wrestle, which I know because we went to the same high school. He also loathes Maggie as much as the rest of us. Brian, I says, they kept Maggie off the swim team because she was too heavy. Isn't that some shit? To which he replied, that didn't happen. That isn't even a thing, and you know it because you went to state for diving. They just used to pit me against the other school's fat guy. They have to take everybody. Right in front of her before walking away. I mumbled, and smirked while Maggie wilted and started weeping. Oh yes, another victory well deserved. OP says, I earned my time and a half today. God, I despise everything you represent. I want you to know that. Maggie does not deserve this treatment, alright? She wants to feel like she matters. She lies about shit, but you call her out on it. I guess at a certain point you would figure that she would learn and not tell these lies anymore, but maybe that's something that just comes with practice? I don't know. I feel like I'm making every excuse in the book for her, when really, she's sort of a piece of shit too, just not as big as OP. You know what I mean? I don't like either of them truly, but nobody else is going to bat for Maggie, so I feel like I have to. How about you, Gubbinses? Do you want to go to bat for Maggie? Step on up, take a swing at the OP, would ya?
She clings to her glory days as a diver to distance herself from the reality that she is working the exact same dead-end job as the woman she despises. She orchestrates a mean girls dynamic in a warehouse, deriving sadistic pleasure from publicly breaking a mentally unwell co-worker just to feel a flicker of superiority. She is not an Olympian. She is a bully peaking in her 30s. Dark Gubbins.
At least she gets a peek, you know? Maggie doesn't even get a peek. But yeah, they are working the same job, which I did point out. Very astute observations, Dark One. Let's hear from the young one now.
She thinks she hit 360 no scope on the bloater? No skill. She camped the lane and called for jungle support to gank the mentally ill noobs. She spam easy in chat while whale cries salty tears. She not based. She cringe griefer farming KD on bots. L plus ratio plus maidenless. Gubbins.
Maidenless. You've been playing the fucking Counter-Strike or League of Legends or I don't know, Call of Duty. It feels like Call of Duty's. Oh god, I gotta give the points to Gubbins on that one. It's hilarious. So the score is all tied up from the last time we went around on this, but that's okay. More points to come, as I said, so let's jump into the next story and see what the hell could possibly happen next. This story, titled Ham Saturn Tries Jogging at the Wrong Time. Might be jogging, might be yogging, might be a soft J.
Apparently you just run for an extended period of time. It's supposed to be wild.
So, here's the thing, says OP. I work with a ham planet named Maggie in a warehouse environment. We work at a moderately brisk pace, and we are spied on by management constantly via security cameras. It's creepy, to be frank, but there is never a reason to break into a run for any reason. OP has no hustle at work. I guess we've established that already. At least Maggie's out here trying. My Ham Planet coworker Maggie is a huge power tripper around new employees. She worked at a gas station for 6 years and equates time with authority. She constantly brags about how she was a glorified manager and a babysitter at her gas station job. I guarantee that her coworkers found her to be just as irritating and useless as the rest of us do. I mean, she held the job for 6 years. Probably just stuck around for the free snacks. Because our management system sucks ass, they dump new trainees on her all the time. We call her the Professor because she knows all the rules but can't execute shit. Her power trips are weird AF in their constructs. She does bark orders and unloads the entire company rulebook into their faces on their first shift. It's, unsettling and unprofessional, and the managers truly should not allow it. I don't understand why this is allowed to continue. Oh, the managers let people get away with fucking whatever. If you get your pinky finger smushed, you can go home for like 5 days. That's that's what happened to OP in the first part of this shit, right? The managers have no actual powers, just that the, security cameras have a bit of a psychological deterrent effect or something like that.
The animatronic characters here do get a bit quirky at night.
Trace amounts of science. Anyway, a thing that Maggie has been doing recently, due to our raise rates and getting lots of new hires, and therefore her power trip, is demonstrating her power by running from station to station. Come on, recruits, get the fucking lead out. Move like you got a sense of purpose, would ya? God damn, Maggie. I didn't know you had it in you.
Get your fat ass over there, front pile!
OP says it is ridiculous. It's seriously the most ludicrous thing I've ever seen. She full throttle waddles on her tiptoes and pumps her arm in a super exaggerated "I'm important" swing while shouting at managers about, in their words, really stupid shit. I can't describe it, but yeah, it is so dumb and so bizarre. Sounds hilarious to me, honestly.
Oh, that's right, Private Pile. Don't make any fucking effort to get up to the top of the fucking obstacle.
Maggie has to be like the biggest, the biggest provider of levity in this entire warehouse. If Maggie quit, everybody else would quit soon after, because it's a miserable place without her clownish antics. The first time Maggie charged our manager, Jamie, with her lumbering and yelling, I didn't think my friend Brian, who works 40 feet away from me and is also a ham planet, saw the shenanigans. Yeah, my friend Brian, guys, you remember him. The guy whose only defining characteristic is that he is fat. That's all we know about Brian, really. He used to wrestle in high school, which I guess sort of ties in with the being fat. But that's like muscular fat, you know? It's not true lazy boy fat. Anyway, OP says I was wrong. I immediately ran to tell Brian what he had missed, but he was already doubled over at his workstation with tears coming out of his eyes. I asked him, "Oh, I assume you just saw that?" And he responded with, "I felt the vibrations of her running, and that's why I looked up and saw it." Does your warehouse not have a concrete floor? Or she's just that heavy that it ripples through the foundation? The girl seriously sent vibrations through the concrete floor of a warehouse to someone like 50 feet away. What is she, a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex? No, I don't buy that for a second. That was enough to make me explode. But then, this happened. 3 hours later, Maggie was in the midst of one of her "look at me, I'm doing a good job" shuffles when she rounds the corner and crashes square into a fucking journalist who's doing an article about how much we've helped during the pandemic. What the fuck? Hey, warehouse workers, are you still helping out here? Must be a hell of a slow news day. The journalist guy got absolutely crushed. Maggie was in tears. Our organization was probably shredded in the media. Yeah, but nobody fucking read it. Nobody even has the paper, the article, whatever. The rest of the staff was gossiping for the rest of the day. Oh yeah, that's totally different from what usually happens around here, isn't it? I'm totally surprised that the gossip mill is turning again. Our general manager was puking out apologies. It was all just fantastic. I mean, I enjoy a shit show just as much as anybody else, and honestly, yeah, pretty entertaining. That'll speed up a slow workday, okay? I don't know what the hell we're doing in the Christmas warehouse during the pandemic. Like, go home. What are you sorting out? There's nobody in the middle of a pandemic that's like, I need to go thrift shopping. That's what I really need to do more than anything right now. It's just a really weird way to go. But okay. I'm glad Maggie crushed the journalist. I'm about as big a fan of journalists as I am of politicians, which is to say not very much at all. So good. Maybe it's all just desserts. Maybe the only thing that could have happened better was if OP was the one that got smushed. What do you think about this one, Gubbinses? Young one, you go first.
She cast seismic toss on the journalist and rolled a nat 20 on destruction. She thinks she's speedrunning, but she's just clipping through the map with that hitbox. Brian felt the haptic feedback in the floor. That's some next level VR type shit. Press F to pay respects to the journalist. She folded him like laundry. Gubbins.
She sure did. I'm getting folded up by Gubbins' fucking brain-rotted caveman gaming stuff that's going on. I'm sort of digging it. But let's see if Dark One can bring a point into this episode.
Maggie adopts a frantic, performative gait to simulate importance, because she knows her actual authority is non-existent. The narrator mocks the vibrations, yet seems delighted that this woman physically crushed a member of the press, potentially destroying the charity's reputation just so they could have a laugh. They are willing to let the company burn just to watch Maggie hold the match. Dark Gubbins.
Yeah, all that is very true, but considering the fact that I am also willing to watch the company burn, I'm gonna give the point to Gubbins. There you go, boy. You got him. That's what I know. I hope that she crushes another member of the press in the next part. That's how I feel about it. That is how strongly I feel about it. So let's get over there, and I guess we'll have to see what happens, This story titled Ham Saturn Falls for Her Crush. Dude, she's just gonna start smashing people. Like, that's the last 10 parts of this series, is just her falling on top of people and them dying. Sort of hilarious in its way, but also tragic. This happened before COVID, but I was reminded of it at work today. My coworker Maggie and I are in a warehouse environment where I'm forced to interact with her. We sort thrift store donations for a multitude of charity stores in a metropolitan area. They don't pay that well, but we do get first dibs on the donations that come in. Oh yeah, fucking perks of the job, eh? It's terrible. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. Do you want to spend the money that you made on the things that you sorted? No, fuck off. Give it to me for free or don't bug me with this bullshit. Anyway, we do have to pay for them, says OP, but we do get a discount as well. Yeah, like I said, sounds awful. That is a raw deal. Although OP collects antiques, as she said in the last one, which is probably just stuff that they were going to throw away anyway. Anyway, it was the beginning of summer 2 years ago. My other coworker, Adam, had been looking for pool chairs for himself and his daughter for the apartment complex's pool. Adam's a bit of a skinflint, huh? For your child, you wouldn't pony up 15 to 20 bucks? I don't need a chair, okay? I'll pull you around in the chair. You are my child, and my entire existence on the planet at this point is just to make sure that you have a good time, essentially. As far as I'm concerned. Maybe Adam doesn't see it the same way. Let's go to Walmart. Buy the fucking pool chairs, Adam, okay? Do it. He and his daughter didn't like the chairs that were supplied on the deck because they were quote-unquote pinchy, and it was a pain in the ass to keep towels over the pinchy straps. Okay, well, maybe I had them painted wrong, you know? You got a fucking free chair. You're just too good for the free chair? Let's get our priorities straight, Adam. But then I'd have to find a pool chair that's not pinchy. And Lord knows that's a struggle. Anyway, Adam wasn't looking for anything fancy, just something lightweight and plastic that he could manage to carry to the pool while wrangling his 7-year-old and their towels and all that. 7 years old, you carry your own fucking towel. I guess the purpose isn't to just make them have a good time, but also to teach them some independence. Anyway, our employees always tell each other about stuff that we want or need to help us score, because we all work in specific departments, and it helps to have people looking out. Oh yeah, I want to go work in the pool department. I'm just sorting out these fucking arm floaties all day. It's pretty easy. As long as they don't ask me to inflate them. Due to it being the beginning of summer, there were no beach, lawn, pool, camping chairs coming in. Buy them in the off-season, thrifters.
We do not care.
So Adam struck out until like the beginning of August. Before lunch break one day, he came up to me and excitedly told me that the furniture department had put aside some basic plastic chairs for him that they were going to charge him $150 a piece for. He asked me to check them out with him on our break and give me an opinion. Oh yeah, fuck it. Foremost authority on pool chairs, we had to bring in someone from the goddamn Christmas department. They're gonna tell me what I'm looking at here.
I have to make sure it's genuine. Let me call my friend. He lives in a gravel pit, so he deals with rocks every day, and he will be able to tell me if this is a real rock or not.
OP says, yeah, I told him, sure. I'm 20 years older than him, so he'd come to me for advice sometimes, and I would ask him what yeet means and things like that. My kids teach me things like that. Like, how old is OP exactly? You'd have to be almost 40 years old and just bullying your mentally incompetent coworker while you're pushing like 4 or 5 decades on the planet. That's just ludicrous. I had her pegged for like 30 something, but no, we're looking a lot higher. This is bad. This is fucking terminal, what I'm looking at. OP doesn't have a hope in the world at this point. But okay, good. Maybe you deserve it. Anyway, all this is where Maggie comes in. Adam is a very good-looking young man. Ham Planet Maggie was gunning for him. She was flirting hard with that kid. Badly. She would constantly interrupt his breaks to stick her phone in his face for this really hilarious TikTok video. And she would offer to buy him vending machine candy, and she would uproariously laugh at every funny thing he said. She would constantly use his name in every sentence when talking to him. It was extremely cringy.
Hey, hot stuff. You're looking darn handsome today and every day, because you're the most handsome hot stuff guy in town.
I mean, something tells me that Maggie's not had a lot of real-world experience with this type of shit. She's doing her best. All right, that's all I can really ask from most people. It doesn't matter to me if OP found it cringy or uncomfortable. What really matters is the way that Adam feels about it. Does he ever voice his reservations? Is he liking the attention? Or are we ever going to learn? Perhaps OP's going to keep the spotlight on their own shit. Anyway, OP says Adam was perfectly polite to her, but it was clear that he had an interest in another girl in his age group that worked in our department. Maggie is irritating AF, and one of the things she does is waddle up to your workstation and stand there staring at you while she eavesdrops on your conversations. It's creepy and awkward. Yeah, just say that part. Can I help you, Maggie? You've been standing there for a little bit. I'm trying to work out so I could use some privacy. Everybody just expects her to infer that knowledge for some fucking reason. She hovered over that request to judge if the chairs would be acceptable and chimed in, "Oh, I want to see them too." And Adam said, "Okay, well, they're in the furniture department." And then eventually our break bell dinged, and Adam and I headed to the furniture department with Maggie trundling behind us. Oh, trundling is a good fucking verb. Reminds me of like a troll or something, lumbering along. I can picture Maggie that way. Trolls are oafish. The chairs were good enough, but nothing special, and you can't beat that price, but Adam was concerned with the child-sized chair being too worn out and potentially crapping out on his daughter. I mean, you paid $1.50 for it. Fucking buy a roll of duct tape. At this point, are we really gonna split hairs? I told him, well, if it could hold me, then it could definitely hold her, because I'm a 5'11" and 160-pound girl, so I plopped my butt into the small chair and gave him the thumbs up. Oh boy, I think I see what's coming next. Maggie, please don't. No!
Watch out!
Maggie, of course, has to play her ace that she has up her sleeve, and she announces her idea of joking. We better make sure your chair's okay, too!
Watch out!
And then jams her ass into Adam's chair. A chair leg snapped, and she was spilled out onto the floor. And when she managed to get herself to her feet, the chair was still stuck to her butt. I swear. Maggie's just my favorite. What an idiot. Sorry you lost your $1.50 chair, Adam. Well, but it's worth it. It's worth it for OP and me to have a laugh. Another one will come along in, whatever, 6 to 12 more months. You just stick with it, buddy. Enjoy the pinchy chair until then. Maggie was able to pull the chair off of her, but the look of mortification on her face for ruining her crush's chair was priceless. Yeah, I'm enjoying that one besides OP a little bit. I can admit that much. Adam now works at a hotel, but he did buy the small chair for his daughter, even though I assume they could use that hotel pool for free, and they probably have better chairs. I feel bad for Adam most of all in this story. Just victimized by the oafish ogre that is Maggie. And yeah, there's no turning it back. We gotta wait for another stupid chair to come in here. Anyway, I guess let's see what the Gubbinses have to say about it, shall we?
She attempted to mimic your dainty stress test to prove her worth, only to physically manifest her exclusion from the dating pool by destroying the very object of his desire. You emphasize your own fitness solely to heighten the contrast of her humiliation, savoring the moment she became furniture. She is not just clumsy, she is a cautionary tale about the physics of desperation. Dark Gubbins.
Not bad, not bad. I think we could have gone after the OP a little bit harder, but yeah. Maggie is turning into... We're finally getting getting to see the full unhinged delusion on display. And I'm liking it, you know? I'll dig my claws in the OP when she deserves it. But Maggie, first and foremost in this story. Fuck. How about you, young one?
She tried to equip chair, but equip load too heavy. It stuck to her boom boom like sticky bomb. Chair mesh glitch into her rear armor. She thinks she pulling aggro on boy, but she just tanking floor. Absolute bot behavior. Uninstall. Gubbins.
I am going to take the Nintendo Switch away from you. You are never going to see it again. Okay? I don't know where all this is coming from, Gubbins, but it was good for 2 points. I don't know if it's going to get you the third. I think Dark One's going to tie it up with that, but we have one more story to get into, so stay strapped in. We'll see who wins today and pulls ahead. It's going to be so exciting. So exciting! So stick around for it. Thanks so much for being here today, by the way. Sign up on the Patreon or YouTube memberships if you do enjoy the content. If you'd like to see some more of it, I'd appreciate that so much. Anyway, moving on to the next. Let's go. This story is titled Ham Saturn Pulls a Stand By Me. What's that? I don't know what the fuck that is. 4 young boys walking down a railroad track? That's the only thing I really know. My only knowledge of Stand By Me is a Pokemon reference. From like the original red and blue ones, if you look at the TV in the beginning, I'm pretty sure it's a Stand By Me reference. Whatever, who cares? Let's see what LP has to say. If you've never seen the movie Stand By Me or read the novella by Stephen King...
A lamp monster!
Ooh! You're not even trying anymore, are you? When can I have it?
Then you should. Oh yeah, let me just fucking free up some time for that. I sit around and read novellas all day. I mean, I guess I kind of do. But nobody's gonna listen to me read fucking Stand By Me, alright? And then Stephen King's also gonna sue me too, as well. There is a great scene in which one of the kids is retelling the other kids a short story he wrote, in which an overweight boy who was being mercilessly teased got revenge on the whole town by chugging castor oil before a pie eating contest and making everyone puke on each other after he grossed everyone out by projectile vomiting blueberries everywhere. It's a really classic scene that I loved until something very similar happened to me today. Well, I do thank you for that prelude, that preamble. It was needed in this case. The blueberry scene sounds somewhat hilarious. I don't know. It could be really gross, depending on how you do it. My work partner Jim, myself, and Ham Planet Maggie work together in a production warehouse. Oh, is Jim part of the Christmas crew? The holiday warehouse sector? Whatever the fuck you call it. I mean, I guess he is, because OP says, Jim and myself normally operate our own department. But he was out for 5 months this year due to leg surgery and a double bypass. Holy shit. Jim is just hanging on by a thread. God, why is everybody in this warehouse got it so horrible? I guess I'd rather be the girl with poop on her leggings than the guy that had to have a leg surgery and a double bypass, if I had to pick. Or OP, who's completely self-absorbed. I still take the poop on the pants. It's fine. I'm not self-absorbed, so I'm not worried I have poop on my pants.
You a poopy pants, you a poopy pants, liar, liar, pants on fire.
Anyway, Jim is back at work, but he's in rough shape. No shit. He needs to sit down or lean over a lot. I do my best to keep our pace manageable for him because he fell really behind in his bills and he needs to work even though he really shouldn't be working. Ugh, Jesus, this is a pathetic state of affairs. What the fuck, Jim? I wanted better for you, my man. One day he's gonna be at the workstation and just keel over. Everybody will know what happened. Nobody will be surprised, but it will still be sad. Poor Jim. Poor Jim in advance. Anyway, during Jim's absence, I was partnered with Maggie, and it was absolute hell. Among the many of her terrible personality traits is her stench. Is that a personality trait? I guess. Bad hygiene, sort of a personality trait. Maggie is not, shall we say, an accurate bather. I don't know if she showers once a week, or doesn't use soap, or doesn't wash under her folds, or what. But she has a slight odor on some days, and reeks like she spent an entire day in a sauna, eating bologna with some roadkill on others. Jesus. Hand her a rag on a stick, and tell her you know what to do. You know what to do.
I wash myself with a rag on a stick.
Baby powder your folds. If you're a big person, probably you should be aware of how you smell to others. I mean, even if you're not a big person, just always be aware of how you smell to others, alright? If even a thought flickers through your mind, like, oh, I'm sort of ripe, I gotta get in the shower. Don't wait. Just do it, okay? Please. Clean laundry, that's also very important. I don't know what Maggie's home situation is, but she might be recycling her stupid fucking Harry Potter clothes or whatever. She just sprays Febreze on the crotch and goes to work. That is not how things like this function. Anyway, it's so bad on some days that people actively avoid Maggie's workstation. It's a situation that is talked about. Yeah, which nobody wants to deal with because you're all a bunch of fucking incompetent warehouse people. Just, like, I don't know how this place stays in business or what the hell you guys do, truly, but it doesn't seem like a great work environment, okay? The manager really should step in there and have the conversation that nobody wants to have. Like, that's the reason you're the manager there, big guy. But he doesn't want to do it. He wouldn't do it when she had poop on her jeans. Why would he do it just because her armpits smell bad or whatever? Like, the poop on the jeans is dire. Or leggings, not jeans. I don't know why I keep saying jeans. Probably because my brain's falling apart.
You a poopy pants, you a poopy pants, liar, liar, pants on fire.
Who cares? Anyways, yesterday Jim came into work and he looked awful. Yeah, more awful than usual even. To say that he was green around the gills was an understatement. He was sweating and red and said he felt nauseous and kept pounding emergencies. Yeah, vitamin C, that'll fix it. Fuck, dude. Somebody call the ambulance right now. We might need it in advance. I said I would cover him if he had to run to the bathroom or sit down, and I told him we'd take it easy for the day, and I could tell the managers that I would not be making him work at a pace that would be harmful to him. Oh, you're just in charge of Jim now, OP? We decided that? I thought you worked in the department together, not that you were his superior. Or are you just his superior now because he's decrepit? Anyway, a couple hours after our start time, Jim went to go grab some packing tape by Maggie's station, and he said, "You'll be wanting to stay away from her ass today," which means her bewitching aroma is about an 11 out of 10. Various other people came by, waving their hand over their nose and making comments, so I was extremely happy to keep out of her way. Poor fucking Maggie. Just sitting there, not bothering anybody, minding her business, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, what a pig." Do you want to tell her maybe that she stinks? Have a hard conversation and hopefully improve her situation in life? No, let's just keep laughing at her behind her back. Maggie doesn't seem like all that bad of a person. So far we've got like she lies a lot. She told some fibs about being on the swim team, and then she crushed a lot of stuff because she's large. Really, it all circles back to her being large. Somebody go tell that bitch to baby powder her crevices, please. Please, for the my final act of mercy. Anyway, OP says, "Look, Jim was gonna end up throwing up no matter what. He looked terrible. He was struggling. I know the signs." Yeah. Upchuck is a pretty good sign. A strong indicator that things are not quite all right. OP continues, "But the way circumstances went, it turned out to be Maggie, who was the final kicker." Jim had his back turned and was taping up some boxes when Maggie came waddling up behind him to grab some plastic bags. I heard this hard gagging noise. Like when you accidentally push your toothbrush too far in the morning and your gag reflex gets an unexpected shock. Jim grabbed the trash can and started spewing into it. He didn't have time to make it to the bathroom. It just hit him right in the guts. Now, are we talking like unwashed beehole, or is it the front? You taking a quick trip to Tuna Town? I guess it doesn't matter. It's probably a melange of both. Poor Jim. He's really getting the worst of it. Fucking, what happened to Social Security, Jim?
Ronald Reagan kicked me out of my mental hospital.
Can we not stay home? I'll eat fucking cat food if it means I can stay home. OP says, "The thing about me is when I hear or smell or see someone upchucking, well, I immediately join in. So I start heaving at our other trash bin, but I'm an idiot and I haven't learned how to negotiate sneezing in a face mask, let alone upchuck, so I throw up in my mask and gets all over my face and nose and into my hair before I rip it off." Oh yeah, it's thinner than air. I forgot I was wearing a mask, in fact. What was this, fucking amateur hour? It's really funny though. The floor manager runs over and is baffled over what to do with two employees simultaneously blowing chunks. She deals with Jim first, sends us both to the bathroom, and then calls us into the conference room to fill out incident reports. We have to fill them out every time we get hurt or leave sick or anything, and then we get sent home. God damn, OP, you spend more time at home than anything else. Yeah, I froed up. My tummy hurts and I froed up. I have to go home now. I guess. Fine, whatever. You don't know if it's like from Maggie's stinky sliz or whatever. It could be an actual illness. In that case, I guess she should go home. But only for one day. No fucking 5-day weekends. I'm gonna come to your house. I told Jamie, the floor manager, that I was fine and just had to go run home and clean myself off and I'd be back after lunch because I had only just reacted to Jim and his barfing, but Jim hates Maggie as much as anyone, and wrote down that it was Maggie's vile stench that caused him to explode because it exacerbated his nausea. Now that it's officially on an incident report, management has to bring Maggie in for a chat about her personal hygiene, which brings me great joy because A, it needs to happen because she's disgusting, and B, the managers are good friends of mine and they loathe dealing with Maggie and her issues because she always tries to cry her way out of trouble, and we're the type of friends who give each other as much shit as we do love. And C, Maggie officially has a U-reek on her official record. Yeah, that's a big victory for you, isn't it, OP? You and the creepy managers who watch you through the cameras, you're just so buddy-buddy? Is that the story we're going with now?
We do not care.
Really, the conversation should have happened far before an incident report. The conversation wouldn't even be that difficult. You're all just too fucking immature to be adults and have it. So fine, you get what you deserve. That's what I know. We'll be stuck in this warehouse hell forever, convincing ourselves that we're better than everybody around us, despite the fact that, yeah, we're all here together. Instead of trying to, band together and build something greater, we're just fucking, we'll strip down one person. And once they cry enough to quit or whatever, we'll pick another person. I hope that OP is the next person that the office decides to collectively pick on, because that would be some just desserts, wouldn't it? Let's see what the Gubbinses think about this one and see if we could break this here tie, huh?
She cast Poison Cloud and wiped the whole raid party. Her tuna town smell like loot box full of rotting goblin meat. She walking bioweapon with +10 decay aura. Impressive but disgusting. Nobody want to unga that bunga unless the jungle is beaten back with napalm and Agent Orange. Game over. Server crash. Gubbins.
Napalm and Agent Orange. Nobody's gonna unga that bunga. Maggie's stinky crust hole. Oh my god. Yeah, that's gonna be hard to beat, I'll tell you that. But hey, take a swing at it, Dark One. Let's see how it goes.
She claims to protect her sickly friend, yet rejoices when that friend's violent illness provides the paperwork needed to humiliate a co-worker. She vomited into her own mask, a feat of toddler-level incompetence, yet considers the day a victory because she successfully weaponized a heart patient's nausea to settle the score. She is not a supportive colleague. She is an opportunist who views gastric distress as a tactical advantage. Dark Gubbins.
Man, that's true. She didn't give a single fuck. She's just like, yeah, he had a heart surgery. Probably he's gonna be fine. I guess she displayed a little bit of compassion, but only to position herself into a place of authority and be like, well, I'm the one in charge. I'm gonna go talk to the managers and blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. I don't think you can beat Ungud in the Bungud. I'm sorry, Dark One. Young One takes it today, indeed. OP says Maggie literally had just met her days before and was referring to her as my girlfriend. Whatever, dude. It's not your relationship. Like,
I consent.
I consent.
Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask?
Ham Saturn really steps in it. Yeah, big oopsies and stuff, you know? My Ham Planet coworker Maggie is a real attention seeker. She will do anything to get the focus on her. From the way she laughs, picture a bellowed, phony version of Krusty the Clown that sounds like yeah, that was pretty phony. I think that was pretty good. Always with 4 yas, because she's not genuinely laughing. Okay, but some people do have just weird laughs. Like, I do this weird sort of inhale at the end. Some people say I do it I don't do it on purpose, okay? Sorry you find it annoying. She just wants everyone in the vicinity to think that she's the life of the party. To her sneezes, which she winds up by screaming, "Hoo-ya, too!" and making everyone around her jump 3 feet in the air. I mean, if it has a wind up, why are you still jumping 3 feet into the air? You hear the yeah, you brace for the chew. all to her regular declarations about the state of her autistic. Just, yeah. Sometimes my autistic's worse than others. I don't know. She really pounds this diagnosis home within the first hours of new coworkers meeting her. Sibling who seems doing just fine and living on their own, unlike their Ham Planet sibling who's still living with mom and dad at 28 and has never bothered formulating plans to move out. Oh, the sibling's the one that's autistic. All right, fine, whatever. She's probably just trying to pass the buck, you know? It's actually her diagnosis. I can tell. I feel a sort of kinship in that, but also, pull it together, what the fuck? Lately, her attention grabber is to wave around her phone and holler that her new girlfriend just sent her a text, and she has to go outside the warehouse, and we working so she can respond. We get pretty shitty reception inside. Yep, sure enough, that's how buildings work. I can't even go in like the upstairs storage of my house without losing reception. It's frustrating sometimes. You want to organize it, listen to music? You can't listen to music. What the fuck? What am I supposed to do? Download songs? What do you think this is, 1990? I guess early 2000s. Fuck, I fucked it up. Anyway, OP says, let me step aside for a moment to describe Maggie's relationship. Maggie waltzed into work one day last July and informed us all that from now on, I'm gonna be bisexual. Yeah. So any interested takers, you know, we're shoveling the other 50% of the population in there, hoping that it'll help. It's not going to help. There was not any sort of coming out or realization, just a conscious decision on her part to be bisexual. I mean, now you're diminishing her experience, OP. She could have had this conflict within herself for a long time, and she's been brave enough to come out about it to you and share that she feels this way, and you're like, no, it's not good enough. You have to buy a cake for all of us, and then we'll believe you. Like, fuck you if you don't believe me. How about that? I'm always going to bat for Maggie. I know it's probably all bullshit, but like OP needs to pull it together too. You're how fucking old? 5 decades old, and you're like, ooh, she's 30 and lives with her parents. Are you upset that your parents didn't support you like that, OP? Are you upset that they didn't make you a fucking Hogwarts house Harry Potter cape for you to wear in the work and get choked in the fan and die? Oh, okay. Maggie told all of us that she just Googled how to date women, so she was ready. Oh, Maggie's gonna turn into a pickup artist. She's gonna be like, make physical contact. About 6 weeks later, Maggie attended a LARPing extended weekend with her one friend and her friend's friends. On that trip, on day number 2, one of the other girls told her that they should date because that's a normal thing. And Maggie said, okay, because that's a normal thing. Yeah, why the fuck not? She's got the one friend, apparently, but she was introduced to the friend's friends, and one of them's digging on Maggie. And OP's like, how terrible. How could this ever happen in life? I'd better judge this fucking relationship from afar while I sit hunched over my desk, ready to die at 50 years old, or at least go on Social Security and eat cat food for the rest of your life. Despite you sarcastically saying, ooh, that's a normal thing, it's totally normal, you can meet somebody and like them enough to date them after 2 days. It is a normal thing. That's fine. I don't think the relationship will be very stable. Like, you literally know nothing about each other, but like, I don't know, man. Sometimes you see somebody, you're like, whoa. You know, it happens. And I say again, that's a normal thing. So Maggie informed us all that she was in a relationship the day she came back to work. She literally hooted, I'm in a relationship! All right, Maggie, you go, girl. That's the proper response, but OP's like, ew, gross. You're terrible. I don't know how many times I can tell you this throughout the saga, but you're an awful human being. After a coworker asked Maggie how her trip was. Oh, she didn't even do it unprompted. A coworker queued her up for it. I asked, who is this person? Because Maggie will literally detail family Monopoly nights and tell you how hilarious it was because her dad rolled a 4 and they were telling him that he shouldn't roll a 4 because he'd have to pay income tax. And she never expressed any new love interest. Yeah, you're really all wrapped up in this now, aren't you, OP? Because you got nothing to go home to. That's the truth of it. You look around this coworker's life because it's the only thing that gives you motivation for your own sad life to carry on. Like, at least I can laugh at that person a little bit. It's really... We're really unpacking the whole thing today, and I'm glad. I'm so glad. I just tell Maggie straight to her face, Family Monopoly sounds awful, and I don't want to discuss that with you anymore. I don't like Monopoly. I don't know how it's played. Well, then she'd explain how it's played. I gotta go take a piss, and then you just, whatever, go play Tetris for 30 minutes. OP says Maggie literally had just met her days before and was referring to her as my girlfriend. Whatever, dude. It's not your fucking relationship. Like,
I consent.
I consent.
Isn't there somebody you forgot to ask?
probably the thing's gonna crash and burn, but like, you do you. You know what I mean? I'm glad you found somebody that you like enough to agree to all that. You know? You could be a booster, OP, but you're not a booster, okay? And that's why some things might be like it in your own life. You know? You want to suck other people down because you're miserable. And that's not the way to go. I'm all about encouragement. I'll encourage the shit out of you. And yeah, sometimes it's mean, but like, I'm gonna be a booster. I'll tell you that. Anyway, Maggie gave us the first name of her new squeeze. So at lunchtime, myself and 5 others sat at the picnic table together and Facebook stalked Maggie's profile to see just what sort of con artist was scamming her. Dude, that's so... you guys are all cringe as shit. I want you to know that. Well, there's more of us being petty and vindictive, and that means we're right. Okay. That's why democracy sucks. And he says, picture John Boyega as a woman in her early 20s who enjoys slamming herself in the face with a cast iron pan, who works in the fast food industry. Of course, Maggie made a love connection with someone involved with burgers, and you nailed it. 10 seconds of scrolling later, we discovered that the lady fair was a polyamorous pansexual and had a fiance and a boyfriend already. We were... This is really hilarious. We're truly scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like, you know how the bottom of the barrel always coagulates? That's what I look at polyamorous relationships as. It's the weirdest, most gross thing in the world to me. But, again, I'm glad you're happy. Like, she found somebody, you know? You're always ripping on her about how she's never gonna find somebody, and look at that! It's fucking John Boyega! There's gotta be something there, even if it's just free burgers. It might be a fine exchange, if you agree. We're all adults here, supposedly. Whatever, fuck it, fine. We were all a bit subdued after learning all that information, because that's honestly something you have to feel terrible for somebody about. Them breaking their legs to be someone's number 3 after knowing them for less than 48 hours, and immediately jumping to Facebook and changing their relationship status. And according to Maggie, her girlfriend instructed her not to tag her in that status update. Damn, that's pretty rough. But, I don't know, Maggie seems happy. So why can we not just be happy for her? You're gonna find out it's terrible. I'll give you time to find out it's terrible. I'm not gonna be here to say I told you so at the end of it. I'll just say, yeah, it looked like it sucked. Hopefully we learned something from all of it. That's what it is. So later we found out why she didn't let Maggie tag her. 4 days later, our coworker asked Maggie how her new relationship was going, and she told him that she just found out that her girlfriend was involved with multiple other people, so they needed to have a talk and take things slow. Honestly, fucking Maggie's having self-respect for herself. OP she can't do anything right. OP is a miserable person. She's gonna be upset no matter what. And to those people I say, I don't give a shit. You can be as mad as you want. I'm over here happy doing my thing, you know? And I 100% identify with Maggie for that vibe. She didn't know it was a polyamorous thing, so she laid off the gas. Like, that seems like the correct response to me. Whatever. OP says, question mark, question mark, question mark, like it's not the fucking correct answer, and says, so yeah, her coworkers literally knew that her girlfriend was involved with other people before Maggie did, through about like 5 minutes of public research. Maggie's just not on the Facebook. I go to one, like, Harry Potter fucking forum, and that's all I do online. Anyway, back to yesterday's events. Maggie was blustering and swaggering around the new hire she was training. Oh, we actually get a story now, okay. I was enjoying some psychological background. They had been talking all morning about how he'd taken the position to start the process of leaving his maltreating boyfriend. I know, because my station is closest to hers, and I have to hear everything. Yeah, because you're a petty individual. All you're gonna do is use the everything to rub in her face or go gossip to people so you feel like you fucking matter. Maggie, no matter how much you claim to hate her, is the center of your entire world. And that's amazing to me. I love that.
You are all the things that are wrong with you.
Of course, Maggie took the first opportunity to one-up him that she could. Yeah. Sorry your boyfriend maltreats you. My girlfriend's just in a polyamorous relationship with 2 other people. But I'm lucky number 3. I guess I'm winning. Yes, Maggie. Yes, you are. In the worst way possible. During lunchtime, where we all eat and ignore each other and stare into our phones, as it should be, as God intended, Maggie's phone bings, and she starts loudly moaning about how her girlfriend just can't stop texting her. Oh, she just can't stop, so interesting. She was standing next to the new guy's table because it was next to the vending machine across from where she scores her Mountain Dew. Dude, I'm about it. Maggie swivels dramatically, and her spandex-clad ass sweeps the new guy's paper plate with his tuna sandwich onto the floor. Damn, that's like one way to establish dominance. It's one thing to knock on your food onto the floor, but she did it with her ass. And then she didn't even notice, apparently. Opie says she did not notice. Probably because she bumps her ass into us all the time, and she can't even see her own feet. She then makes a move to lumber out the front door, but steps onto the sandwich, and then slips onto her knees. Maggie is a delight. I'm gonna tell you right now, dude. I love this character. She slips onto her knees because of the mayonnaise while her phone clatters to the floor. She picks herself up while I grab her phone and check it for damage. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's what you wanted to do, OP. Her phone does have a case, so it was undamaged, thankfully. But before I hand her phone back, I noticed that her message from her girlfriend was actually a reminder from Verizon that her phone bill is coming up. See, we couldn't just let it be injury. You had to sprinkle some insult on top of that, just because you're a nosy bitch. Yeah, okay, whatever. She broke up with the polyamorous girlfriend just like you wanted, but she wanted to keep up the illusion at work because really she knows there that nothing she does is fucking right, but like she shows up every day. She continues doing the thing and like, I don't know, dude. Like I said, I identify with Maggie a lot and fuck you, OP. OP says, I know that her girlfriend is actually a person, so we're wondering whether Maggie made up their relationship or got dumped without the fanfare of her announcement of the end of her singledom. Yeah, it's like I said earlier, she knows, alright? You guys are gonna fucking judge her no matter what. I would just stop sharing things about my life at all. I'd fall down, clatter my phone onto the floor because of a tuna sandwich, and I'd say, yeah, give me my phone, I'm going. I probably wouldn't even eat around these people. I can't stand to be around you. Leave me to do my work at my desk and like fuck off forever, you know? It's the most toxic thing in the world. The fact that Maggie shows up every day is a fucking marvel. I respect the shit out of her for it. Like, the tuna sandwich thing was hilarious, but couldn't it just be that? We had to be like, oh yeah, also it was just a text message from Verizon. What the fuck is wrong with you dudes? I'm gonna let the Gubbinses get in here and try and bite a piece off. Let's see what it is, boys.
Gubbins smell this post. Smell like sweaty goblin fingers and jealousy. Why OP so focused on this Maggie? She not loot drop. She XP waste. OP need to stop watching and start living, or Gubbins smash OP with rock. Gubbins.
There you go. Paint your rock with my brains, or something.
The intensity of this surveillance suggests a profound emptiness within the observer. A void they desperately attempt to fill by dissecting the life of another. This person will find only a reflection of their own misery in Maggie's experiences, a chilling reminder of their own desolate existence. Dark Gubbins.
Dark Gubbins, slapping so hard. I feel sort of attacked by everything you said. I'm also, I kind of want to give it to Gubbins because sweaty goblin fingers is really funny. But we'll let Dark One tie it up, and I don't know, he might overtake Gubbins. I guess we'll have to see how that goes as we get into another part right now. Saturn gets called out by coworker for ruining fire drill. Oh yes, how could you? It's very important when we drill for fire. There's a lot of fire deep down in the earth. It's a molten core, don't you know? Stupid. I work in a warehouse with my Ham Planet coworker, Maggie. Maggie has this really annoying habit of holding the door open for everyone while standing in the doorway, so we have to squeeze around her. And not just for one person. After every break, she waits there, holding the door until everyone else is back on the floor. People deliberately take different routes back to their workstations so they can avoid getting anywhere near her and her formidable stench. I think I vaguely remember this one. Did we read it before? Maybe. It's fine. We got to do it again to collect the whole set or something. So this last Friday, we had our annual fire drill. Nothing complicated. They sound off a fire alarm and we walk out the door and go to our meetup point in the parking lot while the GM times us. I don't know why he's got such a bee in his bonnet about it, but the GM is gung-ho about improving our evacuation time every year. It's only like a minute. Yeah, we can do 30 seconds. Come on, guys. Can't you learn to teleport through walls? We'll really get these times down. So the fire alarm goes off and we're all like, yay, free break time, and we head for the fire door. Lo and behold, Maggie just happened to be there, putting stuff in the cart by the door, and she decides to hold the door open for everyone, creating a bottleneck of people trying to push past her giant butt. Eventually we all get outside and get our head count and head back inside. Not 10 minutes later, the GM comes into our department and gathers us around asking, guys, what happened? We went from 1 minute and 5 seconds last year to almost 2 minutes. What's the story? Our young coworker Marvin has Asperger's, which we know because on his first day he handed us all a piece of paper explaining that he had Asperger's and summed up what the condition entails and asked for our understanding and apologized in advance for any inappropriate reactions on his part in the future and how we should let him know, kind of like how the Joker carried around cards to give out when he would laugh uncontrollably. Yeah, Marvin's a weird kid too, I gotta say that. This whole warehouse is just full of the rejects of societies. The detritus that couldn't quite make it anywhere else. That's okay. I identify with that too. It feels good to be detritus. No expectations, don't you know? Anyway, Marvin's a great kid, works hard, and his condition hasn't really been an issue until Friday. As soon as the GM asks why we were so slow to get out, Marvin points at Maggie and says, her butt was in the way! I had to excuse myself to the bathroom for a good 5 minutes so I could work out the laughs. It was a great day. Yes, embarrassing a coworker publicly. High five, everyone! We've all done it! Couldn't you just enjoy the fire drill? Have a little smoke and joke, you know? Really, if it was everybody noticed Maggie's butt was in the way, you could maybe take the door from Maggie if you're skinnier, or maybe tell her to move because she's blocking the path. You know, it's mean in the moment, but like we're just extending the humiliation ritual on, and I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel too great, if I'm honest. What do you think about it, Gubbinses? Give me some insights.
Level 1 crook blocking the door. Gubbins will teach her lesson. Gubbins grab her ankles, unga bunga her butt out of the way. Then Gubbins light her stink on fire, XP waste. Gubbins.
You're slipping, Gubbins, I'm gonna tell you that.
The OP congratulates himself for witnessing a moment of public shaming. He mistakes cruelty for humor, a desperate attempt to feel superior in his own pathetic existence. Dark Gubbins.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why Dark Gubbins is fucking pulling ahead, isn't it? Isn't it? You have to agree with me when I say the things, Gubbins. I mean, Maggie, yeah, she's... she's an oaf. She's an idiot, as always. But, like, you know, sometimes you gotta help the idiots out. Be like, look, you're blocking... I don't understand why you're blocking the door. Can you not do that, please? And then probably she won't. She'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, and step away. It could be that simple, but no. We want to extend the humiliation ritual and make a post on Reddit and get my fake internet points, and God, fucking hate self-hate. So good job, Dark Gubbins. We'll do one more story, see if we can't tie it up, or if Dark One is going to flip the whole board and take the thing home today. I'm on the edge of my seat. I hope you are as well. I'll see you over there. This story titled Ham Saturn Sneaks Spaghetti. I like that. The spaghetti pockets thing. The warehouse I work in used to allow us to have small snacks, like a bag of M&Ms or chips while we were on the floor working, but since COVID reared its ugly face, we weren't allowed that privilege anymore. Yeah, but you still have to come to the workshop and be packed in an enclosed space together. You just can't eat, and that'll fix it. The Ham Planet Maggie that I work with gets spoken to by management a lot for the weird shit that she pulls, like rearranging other people's workstations on their days off and leaving them diagrams of where she moved their things. Maggie's like part gnome or something like that. What the fuck is that? She restacks piles of boxes to dangerous heights, marks up other people's calendars, sneaks food, leaves her Mountain Dew bottles everywhere, puts her personal photos on other people's stations. That's outlandish. Holding the door open for people after lunch when they literally have to squeeze around her, holding everyone up from getting back to the floor. Just really annoying, bizarre shit. She's got too much time in the day. We need to make sure Maggie works a little bit harder. Keep her on task. If she's got time to go over and like fucking randomize a coworker's desk on their day off, like then maybe you guys have a little too much time, you know? Maybe we don't even need to work. We just cut you off a few hours early. You go home and whatever. Don't make enough money. Have to eat the cat food. It's fine. Every time Maggie gets spoken to, she starts crying for like an hour. It happens at least once a week, and we all think it's really funny because she's a pain in the ass, and well, at least that shuts her up for a little bit. Yeah, I guess that'll do. We'll celebrate another person's depression. I mean, if she would change, then we wouldn't have to have the whole theatrics, but a part of me thinks that Maggie thrives on it, and therefore, so too does OP. Isn't it interesting? What a circle of life that we've built here. OP says, Maggie's also a snitch. Our theory is that she thinks by getting us in trouble, it'll make her look less terrible. Why does nobody just fire her? You're scared you're not going to find any more weirdos to come and work in the warehouse? They're out there, okay? Some of them marginally less worse than Maggie, probably. Nobody else gives a shit about being talked to. We get a 10-minute break sitting in the principal's office and sign their dumb paper and go back to work and laugh about the stupid company policies. Honestly, that is the way to handle it when you're living in clown world. I'll give you that, OP. Last month, there was a sale on these microwave soups that I really like. So I bought a bunch of the tomato and squash flavors because I like to graze throughout the day. And I don't really eat big meals. And these soup pouches fit our solo coffee cups perfectly. We're allowed drinks on the floor as long as they have lids. And I can easily drink my soup if I get hungry before break. I mean, yeah, that's one way to go, I guess. I'd rather just do the coffee, if I'm honest. But... oh no, nice tomato and squash soup. Sounds pretty good. Oh, I'll get a grilled cheese sandwich in there. Fuck yeah. Now we're talking. God, I'm so hungry. Maggie is nosy AF. She's always staring at people and butting into their business. If someone asks, "Where's so-and-so?" it's always Maggie who's telling them where they are and what they're doing. She knows everyone's schedules. Yeah, the only person that OP keeps track of to that level, it's Maggie. That's right. She knows what they're doing on their day off, or where their doctor's appointments are, and what they ate for lunch, etc. So she asked me what I had in my cup, and I tell her. Not an hour later, she gets in trouble for trying to hide a bag of chips and goes right into tattling. Well, OP had soup. Okay, well, OP's being clever with the guidelines. You're just fucking blatantly ignoring them. Matter of fact, I'm gonna punish you double for being a tattletale. She does it in this weird way, where she pretends like she's making a jokey observation in this really irritating Midwestern sing-song voice that gets all high-pitched and phony. It's fucking annoying. I'm most zoned out of it when all of a sudden I hear, "And there's OP over there drinking her soup," in that dumbass tone. I look up and she's got this dippy smile on her face and our floor manager right next to her. Yeah, fuck it. I'm allowed to drink things, you said. The floor manager looks at me incredulously and asks me, "Are you seriously eating a fucking bowl of soup over there?" And I answered, "No, a cup," and took a big swig. He shook his head and told me, "Soup in August. You're so fucking weird." Yes, the way for a manager to establish rapport. Why is August a bad time for soup? What?
Soup is good food. Make a good meal.
The manager's just like a complete purist. He's like, "You gotta wait till September to drink the soup because it's not cold enough yet." Fuck you. How about I do what I want? Do you not enjoy hot coffee even during the hot summer? I mean, I'd prefer cold coffee, but you take what you can get, you know? Anyway, then manager told Maggie to pick up her pace because, as usual, she was way behind. Yeah, in a lot of ways. Whatever reaction she was hoping for, that wasn't it. She got to her quiet blubbering and told everyone that she got in trouble for eating again and even tried turning the tables and failed miserably. I mean, anyone with two brain cells to rub together can figure out why, you know? That is within the rules. You could have a nice soup if you want, Maggie, but no, she wants chips. I'm assuming what happened in her head was that if food fits into the work coffee cups, then you could eat it on the floor. A couple days later, I caught the very noticeable whiff of tomato and thought someone, which had to be Maggie because she was the only one near me that brought in her own tomato soup, but then I noticed that she was removing the top of her cup and tapping the bottom of her cup and chewing and swallowing. I waited till she threw the cup away and waddled off to go inspect it. There were spaghetti noodles stuck to the side. The woman was eating spaghetti on a warehouse floor, and there were 2 more cups tucked into her workstation shelves. She's trying to play the game, you know? If you can drink spaghetti through the little hole in the lid, I'll allow it. If you have to take the lid off, then that's no-go. That's where I have to draw the boundaries, because we might damage all of these nice, junky, used items that you guys are paid minimally to sort through. Oh, what a depressing existence, I swear. Theirs, not mine. Well, mine too. Well, everybody's actually. On some level. It's just like, you know, moments of extremes, happy and sad, and then just a lot of monotony in the middle. Anyway, OP says, I was like, oh, hell no. And I went to go tell my friend Brian that Maggie was sneaking spaghetti, and he didn't believe me until she started in on the second cup. Oh, is Brian a tattletale? Is that what's going to happen here? Somebody's going to tattletale. Or I guess Maggie will just get caught scarfing spaghetti down from a disposable coffee cup. Sort of a noticeable thing. Why are your lips all red? After Brian's hysterics subsided, he told the department manager. They also abhor Maggie. Yeah, as long as OP's not the tattletale, I guess it's okay, right? No, fuck you. Brian's a tattletale too. Why doesn't he get the same treatment as Maggie? Assholes. The manager went to Maggie's station, plucked the cup from the garbage can, and told her the magic words, Maggie, do you want to come with me for a minute, please? AKA, you're in trouble. And that was a week where she cried twice after sneaking food. Well, good for Maggie, you know? She's getting out there, she's trying to do the thing, God bless her. She's got the spirit at the very least. I don't know. Spaghetti's good food. High density calories, which clearly Maggie needs as we sit at our desk in a warehouse and don't go anywhere. We got time to eat 3 cupfuls of spaghetti sitting at our desk. It's just like a whole bunch of do nothing. And Maggie is inventing new ways to eat food, but OP spends all the time watching Maggie. Who's worse off? I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, y'all need to get a hobby or a new job. Or the manager needs to get his shit in gear so the employees are busy. Make them more busy and these things will stop. Anyway, we'll toss to the gubbins, see what happens here. What do you think, boys?
Maggie stink of desperation. Level 1, Crook try steal OP's XP by snitching. Then Maggie try hide crime by eating spaghetti like gremlin. Maggie need unga bunga with consequences. Gubbins smash cup of spaghetti on Maggie head. Gubbins.
It's a funny visual.
Maggie's pathetic attempts at manipulation are fueled by a desperate need for validation. A void she attempts to fill with stolen snacks and tattling. Her future consists of progressively bizarre behaviors and a growing collection of disciplinary write-ups. Until one day she fades into the forgotten corners of the warehouse. A cautionary tale whispered among the newer hires. Dark Gubbins.
While all of that is probably true, it's not as funny as smashing a cup of spaghetti on her head. Congratulations, boys! Hooray! It's a tie!
Oh my god, look at that off-white color. The tasteful thickness of it.
It's even got embroidery. Ham Saturn attends a ComicCon. I wrote about this a while back, but the mods put the brakes on it, probably because it was mostly bits about my Ham Planet coworker Maggie doing dumb things and not fat stories, so I'll just redo the sub-relevant bits. Like sub-relevant, less than relevant. I think it's funny that the Fat People Stories mods are purists. Like, oh, you didn't tell her getting stuck in a manhole cover. That's the story I want to hear. It has to specifically mention how fat she is while she's doing the dumb things. That's about the most ridiculous thing ever, especially considering, yeah, most of the Reddit mods are probably massively overweight. I'd like to see the mods for Fat People Stories. Probably chunky boys just like me. Anyway, some months back, Maggie came to work on Monday babbling away about a con weekend she had attended with some friends in a city an hour and a half away. You see, she wants to impress you guys so bad. She probably heard you talking about a convention, she bought a ticket, nobody would go with her, she fucking went like, just sad as shit, and then had to tell you guys all about it. Either that, or she's lying, as Maggie's known to do. It was on our lunch break, and Maggie was sticking her phone in everyone's face, making them look at all the photos she had taken. She gets to my friend Brian, who hates her. Even though he's a Ham Planet too. We stopped mentioning that part. Apparently he's gravitated enough toward OP's side that she's like, I guess we don't have to call Brian overweight every time we mention him. But I will never forget, OP, what you really think of him. Brian starts laughing and saying, oh, these are great, you show him to Burger Time. And in an instant, I know that he's either A, trying to annoy me, or B, there is some truly funny stuff there, which we'll be talking smack about for the rest of the day. Either way, doesn't really matter, because I want to see the pics of what sort of people would hang out with Maggie on a voluntary basis. Yep, same people that would dress up as anime characters and things. People who are unafraid to enjoy things, and it burns you up inside, OP. I already called out what this is. So Maggie trundles over, love that, again, best verb, and she hands me her phone. First pic is the selfie she and her friends took when they got to their hotel. 4 of her friends are hams, and the other is hideous. And I feel bad saying that because she can't help it, but damn! Alright, post a picture of yourself, OP. I'll post a picture of myself. But go ahead, tell us how hideous this woman that you're vicariously living through actually was. OP says, think if Susan Boyle and Mick Jagger had a kid and it grew up doing its hair in a blender and spent its life smashing itself in the face with a frying pan. But the funny part was how they had to take their selfie. They had to line up in front of the long horizontal mirror in the lobby and take a picture of the mirror because they couldn't all squeeze into the shot. The shot they took next at the con, who they got someone else to take, had to be taken from like half a hallway across the room, judging by the scale, so they could all fit. Well, see, the problem with your stories, you're only thinking on a 2D plane. Were none of these hams taller or shorter than the others? That you have to line them all up so we can get the full measurements? I don't think that's how it worked. One would squat down, blow out her knees, and give like a little peace sign or whatever they do now. I think it's the heart fingers from Korea, you know, you pinch your fingers together. I used to do that too, but it was different. I think I learned it from kids in the hall.
I pity you and I curse you. Sorry, nothing personal. I'm apolitical.
God, that's a great show. Okay. Yeah, tell us more about how fat they were, OP, I guess. This picture was taken so far away that whoever took the photo could have just bolted with Maggie's phone and been halfway to Timbuktu before she started lumbering after them. Yeah, luckily the person that took the picture didn't even think of doing that because they were a decent human being. But I understand. People like OP are why we're living in a more and more low-trust society. Just snickering behind everybody's back, smile to her face, and then as soon as you get out to the smoke pit or whatever, you're just like, what an idiot! Fucking, if you got a problem with somebody, just say it. Just say it out loud and it'll all be fine. We'll get it settled one way or the other. And Opie says, by the way, they were all dressed as Sailor Moon characters. Lots of miniskirts. I'll never be able to unsee that. There were also fishnet stockings. Whatever, dude. Probably some dudes were into it. They're like, you see all them big Sailor Moons? God damn. That's some cake. And Maggie was brave enough to do it, you know, to get out there. That's truly why OP's mad. Because Maggie lives her life without fear of anybody else's judgment. I love it. I'm fucking all here for it all the time. After scrolling through a half dozen pics of people in outfits, there were another half dozen of the really, really awesome breakfast buffet. Hell yeah. And a few snaps of them at the bar having fancy cocktails garnished with rock candy. And I'm talking full-size swizzle sticks of frickin' sugar. And they were multiple empty glasses and sticks on the table. I mean, yeah, probably you don't want to do that, but it's a getaway, you know? Why can't we fucking party a little bit? That rock candy idea is really good. I'm gonna start making some rock candy. That's our USP. Delicious alcohol that you don't even realize you drank 5, and then you fall down on the way out. As long as you're willing to pay $20 a glass and leave a nice tip, then who am I to say boo, really? Then Maggie starts bragging about how they were supposed to be in rooms on the 4th floor, but the manager came and told the lady at the front desk that they had 3 rooms available by the pool and to give them an upgrade. Maggie was going on and on like she was invited to the Met Gala. It's probably the most exciting thing that's ever happened to her, and the thing is, it's not an upgrade. The pool's a highly trafficked area with screaming, running, excited kids and drunk adults stomping past your door all hours, at least while the pool is open. And Maggie was also bragging about the 24-hour arcade and the vending machines and ice machines 10 feet away and how they didn't have to walk far for anything because even the front desk was super close. That's 24/7 noise. I mean, if you're a person that values solitude, yeah, I think probably you wouldn't enjoy it. But the thing is, the real, like, room temp IQs, the dum-dums, don't generally get bothered by noise, you know? They're used to having constant stimulation and noise because they need to fill the empty space inside of their heads. And yes, I do think, like, OP's intelligent. That's why she'd probably be able to take my criticisms with a grain of salt. You know, that's why you're so observational and able to break down everything that Maggie does. But, like, use your power for something else, you know? Like, if you're a smart person, you should be building great things. If you even halfway consider yourself to be that. Put yourself out into the world and take a fucking leap. You don't just do the bare minimum and then judge everybody else. Don't even bother with judging everybody else. I mean, I do it in the videos, I guess, but like in my personal life, I'm highly focused on like the projects and things that I'm doing. Speaking of, we released Spin It on Google Play Store. We have enough testers now. It'll be officially released in about 14 days, but you can try it now. Will you download Spin It? Fuck yeah. And I built it because every other spinning decision wheel thing on the Play Store fucking sucks, so there you go. Enjoy! $3 for Pro, only through Gumroad at the moment, but Google Play will be added, you know, upon full release. Anyway, sorry, that's a plug. Also join Patreon. Thanks so much to support those endeavors. YouTube memberships is cool too, but I get a bigger slice out of Patreon. Anyway, yeah, 24/7 noise. Sorry, OP. Thanks for the shitty plug. I really worked to get that in there, you know. We went a long way around. We probably lost some people. Pour one out for them, you know. Fucking just eat the rock candy. Pour the drink on the floor. That's another $20 in my pocket. Maggie then took her leave of us to go eat her rucksack full of sandwiches at the outdoor picnic table. Rucksack full of sandwiches! That is a hilarious visual to me. The second the door closed behind her, Brian said loudly, "You know they gave him the ground floor because the manager didn't want all of them on the elevator at the same time, right? Webster's dictionary already has a visual aid for plummeting." We all start laughing. I mean, good burn on fat people, Brian, of which you are one. I haven't forgotten. I guess that's why he's like so hyper aware of such things. He's like, if I get in an elevator, they're gonna need to have that shit maintenance tomorrow. Then the floor manager, Jamie, snaps, "I didn't hear that!" and stomps out to eat the remainder of his lunch in his office. Fucking floor manager ain't worth a squirt of piss, is he? He's just like, I don't want to do my job. I'm going away now. Well, at least he went away, I guess. OP says, I don't have any experience in working in the hospitality industry. If anyone who does have experience has any insight into Brian's theory, please, let's have it. I mean, me and my dad, stepdad, and my brother all started jumping up and down in the hospital elevator one time, and it got fucking stuck. I think we were visiting my mom at work. She worked in the NICU, neonatal intensive care, and she hated it a lot. Because, yeah, probably got to watch a lot of dead babies and stuff. But at least the stuck elevator was a bit of levity, you know? This whole story made me sad. It's OP just being so judgmental and Maggie unabashedly having a good time. It's so ridiculous, dude. Like, if the elevator got stuck, imagine that it did happen, they'd probably all just laugh about it. Like... They live their life in such a fun and carefree way that it's hard to hate Maggie. And in order to hate her, you'd have to really be somebody who's bitter deep down inside. And I'm sorry that you've not been able to heal that for yourself, but maybe you should work on it just a little bit, you know? Maybe we should try grin maxing and smiling a little bit more, because we really do live in clown world. Don't take it so serious. If you want to wear Sailor Moon mini skirts and fishnets, go off, you know? It's within your rights to do that, I say. So, yeah, I hope you're able to pull it together, OP. I hope that the world hasn't beaten you down to the point that you don't know how to beat it back. Stand up and fucking throw a punch. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, only punch OP throws are down, you know, and you don't get stronger punching down that way. It's also why a lot of TikTok stuff, people, oh Jesus, am I rambling too much? I'm probably rambling too much, but I've had so many requests for like TikTok predators and this, and I don't really want to do it, because it's clearly just tons of mentally ill people chasing around children, and it makes me really, really sad. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell, but I don't have the energy right now. I gotta focus on my other stuff, on building great things, like I was talking about. And even if your things aren't great to start, if you fucking do it every day, you'll be amazed where you're at in a year, you know? just keep pushing. Don't fucking let a day pass you by. Like, I've been uploading a lot of compilations and stuff recently, and that's because I'm fucking cooking, dude. I got my programming on point. I did delete the database for Gubbins Gotcha in the Discord, and I apologize sincerely for that, but it's all part of the learning process, isn't it? I was like, yeah, this is stored locally, isn't it? Let's delete the disk on render. And now everybody's cards are gone. Everybody's cards are gone. Welcome to beta. I did refund the amount for the people that paid, though. I'm like, okay, you guys get this many cards back. Open beta's rough, but I'm gonna push that to the Play Store soon, too. I'm cooking in Godot. I'm so good at it at this point. And it's all thanks to my Steam game, Waifu Pilled. We programmed that up, tried to write, well, as deep as we could. Hopefully you'll connect with the characters and truly hear what essentially all these parts of me have to say to you. It's like some meta-ass commentary in the game, but I think you guys will really enjoy it. So wishlist it if you haven't. I think I'm going to try and push it out in February for Valentine's Day. Probably there's people who don't care. If you're one of them, that's fine. But there are also people that care deeply and want to see the thing succeed. So let's fucking get ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. I guess I should probably add some commentary at this point, but I think I've said most of what I had to say, even beyond. So I'll let the Gubbinses get in here, and we'll get their take.
Why OP Mad Maggie having fun? She wear costume, she drink sugar stick, she get free room upgrade. That sound like winning lottery. OP acting like poolside access is punishment. No. That is VIP splash zone. OP say friends hideous, but friends actually there. Where OP's friends? Oh, they laughing at coworker behind back. Very brave.
Damn.
Maggie fighting evil by moonlight. OP fighting happiness by daylight. She winning love. OP winning. Reddit upvote.
Never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon.
Gubbins.
Did you cut your own meme in, Gubbins? That was pretty sick. I didn't know you could do that. How about you, Dark One?
She mocks her for taking up space in a photograph, yet she occupies more space in OP's mind than any genuine joy ever could. While she makes memories with people who accept her, OP sits in a break room collecting bitterness like a hobby, destined to realize that her judgment is merely the armor she wears to protect herself from her own irrelevance. Dark Gubbins.
Oh, they're both so good. What am I supposed to do? Okay, fine. One for you. Yippee! One for you. It's kind of a cop-out, but like, they're cutting to the bone. What else do I need to say? What do you guys even need me here for? You know? I guess to plug the projects that we're into and actually read the story. But aside from that, I'll let the Gubbinses take the commentary sections. I don't know. Sometimes the rambling helps. Sometimes I get things out that a computer can't necessarily. You know, like OP just being a groaning gremlin too obsessed to cut loose. And she deals with that by, you know, judging others. Which they did say that, but in a roundabout way. Whatever. Everybody gets a point. Everybody wins. We spent too long on this first story. I fucking talked too much. I don't know. I'm in a pensive mood today, I guess. Anyway, we'll see what happens in the next story, shall we? This is Ham Saturn versus Marvin, round 2. And Marvin's the kid that called her out during a fire drill, if I recall correctly. Said her butt was in the way of the door, which might have been true, but nobody mentioned it for whatever reason. So this is part 2 of that. Yay! I guess. I work in a warehouse with my Ham Planet coworker Maggie, 28, and my coworker Marvin, 19. Marvin's on the spectrum, and on the first day he informed everyone about his Asperger's via pre-printed paper.
Oh my god, look at that off-white color. A tasteful thickness of it.
It's even got embroidery. Marvin is a great guy, says OP. Maggie, on the other hand, is not great in any way, other than her size. Her lust for life is great. Her appetite for life, as we might like to call it, and then we'd snicker, but Maggie wouldn't care. She'd be out there having fun. Maggie's a massive attention seeker. See, probably I shouldn't validate. I'd be so annoyed with her after 20 minutes, I know that. But to be fair, that applies to, like, most human beings on the planet. Anyway, yeah, Maggie's a massive attention seeker. She used to wear a Harry Potter cape to work until the moron destroyed it when the cape was caught in a fan that she was cleaning, and it was ripped and the fan was ruined, and my finger was crushed after I hit the floor trying to pull the fan plug after the motor started burning. Yeah, I remember that story. We were basically banned from wearing excessively loose clothing at work. Unfortunately, that new policy didn't stop Maggie from seeking attention. Yeah, I got some Hufflepuff leggings from Lululemon. I don't know which is which. Do they mean different things? Is it the same? I don't care. So yesterday, Maggie decided that TGIF meant that showing up to work in a Sailor Moon cosplay outfit was a splendid idea. I mean, we paid for it. We want to get some use out of it, you know? Mind you, we start our shifts at 7 a.m. and she has to drive a half an hour to get there. Who has time for that shit before a 10-hour shift? Who would even want that? I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, but I digress. It's mostly people who are like stuck in middle school, you know? Did you never wake up way before middle school and preen? You got to do a bit of preening. At least like 2 hours of gassing yourself up. And you fucking kill it at school. And fall asleep in math class, which is the last class. I hate that shit. Anyway, Maggie trundles into the break room with this blue dress, white bulging fishnets, red boots, and a huge dipshit smile on her face. She had some silly wand or something that she went around tapping everyone on the head with until the surly guy with his face and his arms on the table snarled at her, "Do not touch him!" The rest of us are either rolling our eyes, giving her a WTF look, and my friend Brian said, "Oh, hell no," out loud. Two directions that I guess he could be a sassy black gay guy. Alright, from now on, Brian, congratulations. I think I would be super annoyed too, though. If somebody comes to work with a fucking wand, like, what are you doing? You can wear the outfit, but don't do the whole thing, okay? Maggie, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but sit the fuck down. Leave me alone. Accomplish something today. Would you? Anyway, Opie says, I'll add right here that the pair of shorts she was wearing under her dress did little to hide her shame when she bent over, because her shorts are constantly stuck in her butt cheeks. Oh, no. Yeah, I hate all of that. Great. We're positive that it's because of her thighs chafing, because it only happens in the crack area, and not like the hip area, so her shorts essentially look like an upside down V. I just had to vent about that for a second. I mean, yeah, it's a dangerous prospect. Those things ride up sometimes. You gotta tape it down, Maggie. I'm apologetic that it's so offensive to you, but again, nobody said anything. We just let her show up to the work in a warehouse with a fucking Sailor Moon costume on. And everybody's just like, yeah, that's Maggie. They want her to continue doing it. Everybody in this warehouse only finds life because of Maggie's antics. You wouldn't show up to work otherwise. Why would you? What the fuck? Anyway, he says, we're all making jokes like, that's not Sailor Moon, that's Sailor Space Station! The moon is bigger than any space station that humanity can build currently. Not to be pedantic, but yeah. Let me sit you down and talk about the Kessler syndrome. Space junk crashing into other space junk, making more space junk that travels at 17,000 miles an hour in orbit, and yeah, pretty soon we won't be able to leave the planet at all. Good! Cocooned in our own trash! Congratulations, humanity! Yeah, that's such a tangent. But it's more interesting than your joke. Your joke was awful. I guess mine wasn't really a joke, it's just sort of a thing that's happening. We should be concerned, but we're not. I was never going to space. I'll be dead by the time it matters anyway. Anyway, Opie says, that's when Marvin showed up after lunch to start his shift. He works short shifts so he doesn't get overwhelmed. I think Marvin works short shifts so he doesn't get overpaid, but alright. He immediately gets to work. He sorts books in a quieter section of the warehouse, but he had to walk past Maggie's station because I had a box of misdelivered books for him. He stops and stares at her for a few seconds, and his body language absolutely read confused from the back, while Maggie fluffed up her dress and said, "I'm going to be my own kind of princess," or something. And then Marvin stood there for a couple more seconds before saying, "Are you supposed to be a Pillsbury Doughboy?" Cause he's got Asperger's, you see. And it's kind of funny, because, like, yeah, you could believe that would be a mistake made. You've got the cape and whatnot. Pillsbury Doughboy got a cape, doesn't he? Maybe. It's just, I saw a big fluffy fucking Michelin man. He didn't know how to process it. So, okay. Opie says, "I made that short story very long, but seriously, FML. I have to tell somebody. Also, I am loving working with this kid." Yeah, until he turns his powers on you. That's essentially what I do the entire time. Just like digging around in OP's brain. We came back, we take a second bite out of the Sailor Moon costume. Like I can give even more of a shit the second time around. I think it's dumb. I do think it's weird she's wearing it to work, but whatever. Apparently management doesn't give a shit. Everybody gets to dunk on her. And she gets to feel like the center of attention because people don't punch her for tapping them on the head with a wand. Why would you do that? Can the comments let me know like what the purpose of the Sailor Moon wand is? Does it have powers? Also, are you concerned about the Kessler syndrome at all? Because you shouldn't be. We're all going to be dead before it matters. Like I said, very pensive mood today. How do you feel about it, Gubbinses?
She wears a costume to a warehouse, because even ridicule is preferable to the silence of her own life. But the author is far worse. She diligently records the humiliating details of a mentally unwell co-worker to feed her own ego, proving that while Maggie lacks self-awareness, she completely lacks a soul. Dark Gubbins.
Savagery. Yeah. How are we supposed to feed if there's no soul? Why are we even bothering with this? How about you, young one?
Why OP mad? Maggie just dressing for job she want, not job she have. Job she want is magical girl. Job she have is crushing fingers and fans. That called multitasking. She destroy fan with cape. That not accident. Fan was enemy. She save everyone from wind monster. OP complain about shorts stuck in V. Why OP looking so hard?
Bruh.
OP spending lunch break analyzing coworker butt geometry. Very strange hobby. Maybe OP just jealous he not have wand to hit people with. Gubbins.
Butt geometry. Bro, it was close. I can't give them both a point again. It's gotta go to Gubbins. Just absolutely on top, you little savage. I love it! Do we got time for another one? It looks like we do! Let's go ahead. We'll round this thing out. Give Dark One a chance to catch up. Thanks so much for enjoying the video with me today, guys, you know? It's been a rambly one, so I figured why not one more time plug the Bootbeard OP's book. That's right, Blood and Sand, baby. We out here still. If you use my Amazon affiliate link, everybody gets helped out. I snatched that up on Kindle already. I'd like to have a physical copy, but like shipping it to the Philippines is kind of ridiculous. What was I talking about? I guess, yeah, we gave Gubbins a point. We're gonna move on. I guess I just always got plug some shit before we move on, but okay. We're moving on now. Goodness, this title's very promising. Ham Saturn is a re-poop offender. Oh no, not again. The brown streak is back. A long while back, I posted about my Ham Planet coworker Maggie showing up to work, warehouse sorting thrift donations in poop-stained leggings. Everyone noticed, and complaints were made to the floor manager, but nothing was done. It's been like a year since that incident, and we haven't seen those leggings since. I assume that Maggie had arrived home, disrobed, discovered her crimes, and then either burned her leggings in the backyard or took them to a priest for an exorcism. Yes, a poopsicism. At any rate, those pants have been gone for a very long time, until a few months back. Oh no. What? Why? Maggie, don't! I was sitting in the break room before the start of our shift with my friend Brian and his work partner, Josh. What section of the Magic Holiday warehouse do you think they work in? The Yankee Candle section? God, I love Yankee Candles. I talk a lot about the things I hate, you know, Funko Pop's cutting boards. But I fucking love a Yankee Candle. I'll admit to it. I'm not gonna talk to Brian because he seems like a backstabby bitch, but maybe we have some hope for Josh. Maybe I'll get like the inside scoop on the Yankee Candles from Josh. I'm in a weird mood. I don't know what's going on. Okay, OP continues. We were basically doing the early morning routine of mumbling half-awake small talk and staring at our phones when Brian says, "You guys, I think she's wearing the pants again." We were facing the window to the parking lot, so we look up and damned if Maggie ain't wobbling up to the entrance wearing those same leggings that she had pooped oh so long ago. It's like OP doesn't know you can wash clothes. Like, if she got the stain out, it's probably fine, right? Maybe she bought a new pair. That seems much more likely. But yeah, let's just presume things. That's how we pass the day in the magical Christmas warehouse. But the real irony of the magical Christmas warehouse is that there's no fucking holiday spirit. Just misery. Passing misery back and forth. OP says, our other two co-workers, who had been around for poop stain day, ran to the window and started laughing. We started making jokes about how we hadn't seen those pants in so long because every dry cleaner she took them to immediately quit or entered the witness protection program and stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of funny. I do enjoy absurdism like that, but whatever. At the expense of Maggie? Come on, why we gotta do that? Because she bopped me on the head with a wand yesterday. Oh yeah, okay. Maybe we can make fun of the poop leg. What the hell are you doing, woman? That's disgusting. Our newer coworker, Irene, asked what the hell we were laughing about, and we were like, we'll tell you in a minute. And she gave us a knowing look and went back to her phone. So Maggie lumbers in and goes to the time clock while we're stifling our giggles, and of course, we check out her pants. Lo and behold, the shit stains are still there. Maggie, why? You just... I guess she just forgot, but it's no excuse. You should have thrown them out or burned them if you know you'll forget. This is strike 2. I can't give you strike 3. Fool me once, pants, shame on you. Fool me twice, it's shame on Maggie, right? That's right. Why are you living your life like this? Just cut it out, please. A thick brown stripe right down the left of the crack and a splotch right in the dump zone. Oh, is the splotch new? I love what you've done with those. It was flabbergasting, to say the least. Why? Maggie? Why? Maybe she needed the day out of work real bad, but she didn't have any sick days. So she's like, I must don the poo pants once more so I can make my doctor's appointment. The hardest choices require the strongest wills. So Maggie punches in and trundles out to her workstation 4 minutes early because her pants and her nose are brown. Well, doesn't she know that management don't really care for her? Before she hits the door, Irene picks her head up and gets an eyeful of what we're all gasping at. And her reaction was not good. She went berserk. Like, Maggie's duty britches triggered her. Like, she went from 0 to an 11 in a matter of seconds. Yeah, Irene's got some shit going on too, you know. Everybody in the Magic Christmas Warehouse does, but you just don't know what it is until it's unveiled later. And yeah, congratulations, we found out Irene's duty britches. I wish I had recorded her rant because it was both frightening and hilarious at the same time. I'll do my best to paraphrase it. Oh, hell no, hell no! What's that? Is that what I think it was? Yep. Hell no! Someone needs to straighten this girl out. My kids are grown. I'm not getting paid to deal with that shitty ass drawers. Where's Jamie? The floor manager. Y'all got me bent. You think that shit gonna fly with me? It's a grown ass woman now wiping her crack. And she just kept going. We were dying. And she finally stomped off to Jamie's office, and we heard muffled responses to Irene's hollering about shatty-ass draws, and threats to phone up OSHA while we were cracking up. Girlfriend went in. I mean, honestly, it sort of is a proper response. That is a biological hazard. Please stop this. We've had so many people out with pink eye in the last week. Maggie, I beg you mercy. So the start of shift bell rang and we reluctantly left the scene. 10 minutes later, Irene stomped onto the floor, muttering under her breath and glaring at the oblivious Maggie. Apparently, Irene had been yelling so loud that the GM overheard and got involved because he and Jamie showed up 10 minutes later and marched Maggie out of our department. Well, I guess that'll solve it. Phone Maggie's mother or her caretaker. Maggie doesn't live on her own, right? She's with her parents still for obvious reasons. So tell her guardians to burn those pants in the backyard. I wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. I wanted to believe she bought some new ones. Fucking couldn't happen like that. Why? Why could it not happen like that, Maggie? You fucked it up now. And anyway, 20 minutes later, one of the runners, Ricky, reported that Maggie was in our clothing department, rifling through the racks of pants. I guess that's a solution. For the next 30 minutes, we all made excuses to get ourselves into the clothing room so we could report back. The whole time, Maggie was sorting through racks of pants. This is like a hell of a humiliation ritual, isn't it? And the amazing part to me is Maggie's gonna show up again tomorrow. And she puts her head down and just fucking keeps pushing. And probably she's not going to find any pants that are big enough for her. Then her humiliation will be complete. And still, she'll show up tomorrow. Big, dumb, goofy smile on her face. I don't know. Maybe she gave me pink eye. But as long as I remember to wash my hands after I touch anything that Maggie even may have touched in the slightest, Maggie, maybe she's okay. Maybe. Yeah, quit it with the shit pants, though. Truly. Eventually, Maggie disappeared and did not come back for the rest of the day. Since management will not answer any questions regarding other employees with anything other than, I have no idea. We all had to speculate and come up with the conclusion that they tried to give Maggie a free pair of pants because she stained those leggings and that was unacceptable, but she couldn't find a pair that fit her, so they sent her home. Hopefully she spent the day doing laundry or sit-ups. Yeah, because she's fat. Don't forget that part. That's very important to help dehumanize her. I still feel bad for Maggie. I hate the shit pants. Like, I don't know why you would do that. But there have been theories thrown about, all in the comments, that Maggie is unwell. The Gubbinses have said she's unwell, and yeah, clearly she's unwell. And all we do is sit around and fucking gawp at her. Like, I'm at a loss, truly. Some people need a fucking helping hand, okay? A bit of grace. But I guess she used up the grace, you know? Okay, you get one strike, Maggie. I'll forgive you for one pair of poopy pants. But you put the poopy pants back on? Why did you put the poopy pants back on? Like, that truly is unforgivable. Or, alternatively, yeah, she's clearly got some diminished mental capacity. And I feel bad laughing at people like that. Like, I want somebody who's on an even keel, you know? Don't punch down, punch up. Sometimes laterally, but mostly up. Like, do you not think a couple hundred years ago that Maggie would have had, like, a very comfy job as the village idiot, and she would have been just, like, completely happy with it? She's like, yeah, I'm wearing the poopy pants again today, guys, and everybody claps and cheers. Unfortunately, modern society has reduced us to this, where we can't laugh at somebody with poopy pants while they're wearing the poopy pants. It's got to be kept secret from them, so they don't know that what they're doing is wrong or stupid. Or she's got to be living with a caretaker, you know. If she's not, please make that happen. I'm gonna send CPS to your house, Mag. I know you're 28. You should have it figured out by now. But clearly she doesn't, in like a really big way. This is something I simply cannot defend, even from the Gubbinses, so go ahead, boys, tear a piece off. She deserves it, truly.
Why Irene yelling? That stripe is vintage. Aged for a year, like fine wine or very expensive cheese. Maggie just bringing culture to warehouse. That not stain, that patina. People pay extra for distressed denim. Maggie just make DIY distressed leggings. Very creative, eco-friendly, she's saving water by not washing. Captain Planet approve. She look for pants on rack? No. She look for pants worthy of her custom art. None found. Management just jealous of her bold fashion statement. That stripe say, I am here, I have arrived, smell me, Gubbins.
No, thank you. I don't want to smell you at all, ever. If I may be so bold. What do you think, Dark One?
To wear the filth of a previous year is not an accident. It is a declaration that she has ceased to be a participant in civilized society. She spent her afternoon rummaging through cast-off clothing, only to realize that the world does not make fabric wide enough to hide the reality she refuses to wipe away. Dark Gubbins.
To hide the reality? The Dark Gubbins is having like mini seizures recently. I don't know what's going on there. But definitely Gubbins is going to take it home today. 2 points ahead. This boy, he's on a tear, I tell ya. I don't know what he did to land himself in jail, but whatever it was, he is certainly paying the price. Maggie's up his butt all day, every day.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth.
Ham Saturn becomes chemical weapon. Yes, I am become death, destroyer of worlds. I wonder what the story's gonna be. It's like, she farted or something? Like you never farted at your job? What, you think you're better than me? Okay, here we go. I work in a warehouse with my Ham Planet co-worker Maggie. This morning I got up at the crack of dawn and I knew it was going to be one of those days. You know, one of those days where I was going to be muscling through just to get to my 3-day weekend. Oh, you just 3-day weekends all the time. What a fucking party in your life, huh? My shift started up very promising. At our morning meeting, the floor manager, Jamie, assigned Maggie to the station at the very end of our row. Usually, she gets parked right across the corridor from me, and I have constant anxiety from worrying that I'm going to raise my head from work and see her bent over in front of me with her shorts stuck underneath her butt cheeks. Well, then stop looking, all right? That's the only solution I have for you. Or I guess, you know, keep looking and be mad and write a Reddit post about it. But that all seems really like a roundabout way than just, you know, turning your fucking head. This happens multiple times a day, literally. There isn't enough eye bleach in the world to erase that. At least there's not a streak of poop on it, I guess, you know. Thank goodness for small miracles. It's so bad that I started getting neck cramps from keeping my head down. Then I'd pick my head up to rub my neck, and she'd either be exposing herself or gawping at me with her mouth hanging open. She stares at everyone, just watches them while they work. She'll literally stop while she's walking by your station with a box in her arms just to stare at you. It's so creepy. Just invite her to say hello. Do you need something, Maggie? Hi. It looks like you're doing something. You should carry on with that, you know? Little gentle nudge, enforcing the social contract. The thing is that everybody in the magical Christmas warehouse fucking sucks at enforcing the social contract. Anyway, OP says, I am making it through the day as best I can, and it's going okay until I hear my friend Brian start laughing hysterically. He's leaning on his desk, and his face is red, and his eyes are tearing up. 8 times out of 10, when Brian is laughing like this, it means that Maggie is doing something stupid. So I look around, and lo and behold, Maggie is lumbering down the aisle. What are you up to, Maggie? What you doing there? Maggie has this really bizarre thing that she does where she breaks into a run at work. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. We call it the full throttle waddle. When it was introduced earlier, you didn't call it that, and that makes me like it a little bit more. Like, still mean, but hilarious name. She runs at about the same speed as she walks. She pumps her arms in a really exaggerated way, which flings her flab from side to side while flapping her wrists. It's hysterically funny to watch. And the thing is, nobody runs at our job because it's not necessary. The only other person I've seen at work that jogged around was a roller derby girl who was on medication that made her hyperactive. I assume that Maggie does it to prove her hustle or to make her seem important to the new hires. I mean, sometimes it's just some good, clean fun, you know? I do silly walks in my house. My kids do it. We love it.
The government spent less on the Ministry of Civil Rights than it did on national defense.
But yeah, it's a bit different when you're, you know, lurking around a job site or whatever. I guess it's generous to even call it a job site. All that to say, she ain't hurting nobody. just let her do it. Shut up. Let her do it. So for some reason, Maggie decides that she needs to run down the aisle with a large painting in her hands. We process thrift store donations, so we deal with random merchandise. Is it a nice painting? It's probably not. It's a nicotine stain painting of a boat. The water used to be like a beautiful blue, now it's just a greenish yellow because it's been hanging in a chain smoker's house for a couple decades. The chain smoker used to love that painting, but he died and they threw it into a dumpster. Nothing that we do in this life matters, and entropy will retake us all. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. So, okay, Brian and OP are laughing their asses off because it is just so weird. But then Maggie passes me, and 1 second later I get hit with the fart. Her fart. I told you, dude. Don't breathe in the particulate, dude. You're gonna have her fecal matter in your mouth in seconds. It was like Maggie running by, and then the fart stench. How did I know exactly what this story was gonna be? I do see the future. It was awful. It smelled like she was snorting rails of powdered eggs. And then followed it up with a shot of gasoline. The powdered egg thing gets me good. That's a fucking hilarious visual. My workstation fan was also pointed in the direction that Maggie was headed. So, yeah, the fart slammed right into my face. I stopped laughing immediately, and Maggie kept on going. Bro, I bet Maggie did it on purpose. She's like, I'm gonna get that bitch OP. You just watch. Crop dusted. Oh, too funny. Brian was next up in the line of fire, and all I could do to think was turn and yell, "She's trying to outrun a fart!" He kept laughing and said, "Ooh, what?" And then Maggie passed by him, and he found out. He yelled, "Oh my God!" and started coughing while she kept going. I started laughing again because I love tormenting my friends. Yes, and yourself, OP. Then she started jogging back, oblivious to the fact that her mustard gas chemtrail completely obliterated at least two. Everyone else was more subtle in their gagging of her coworkers, so yeah, I guess Maggie wins this round. Yes, Maggie's learned the power of crop dusting, let me tell you. Dark Gubbins, you're looking a little weird there. What happened? Did you look like that the whole time, or just I hit the button while I was reading the story? It's fine. It's fine. I love the crop dusting. I'm glad Maggie gets a win. You know, it's sort of a gross, disgusting win. I expected the story 100% from the title, but I'm glad. I'm glad for Maggie. That's the truth. If someone had been tormented and created like the Hate Maggie Club at your work, then you'd be justified in crop dusting them, right? This is justice in its purest form. How about you, Gubbinses? How do you feel?
Why OP crying? Maggie just engaging afterburners. That not fart. That nitrous oxide for human chassis. Fast and Furious. Tokyo Drift. Into break room. She pumping arms to generate lift. She flapping wrists to adjust ailerons. Very aerodynamic. OP just jealous because he's stuck in economy class while Maggie breaking sound barrier and smell barrier and Geneva Convention. Gubbins.
I don't know what ailerons are. You've exceeded me in your knowledge, Gubbins, and I'm very proud. How do you feel about it, Dark Gubbins?
He mocks her desperate attempt to feel important. Yet he is the one chronicling her every breath and movement with the obsession of a fan disguised as a critic.
Yup.
The air in the warehouse will eventually clear, but the stench of his own cruelty, bullying a mentally dim woman to feel superior in a dead-end job, will linger on him forever. Dark Gubbins.
Bullying a mentally dim woman to feel superior in a dead-end job. Just nails down the whole series. I'm gonna give it to Dark Gubbins. I do like, you know, the power of flight and whatnot, turning the whole thing on his head. But Gubbins whipping out ailerons made me feel dumb, so, sorry, you don't get the point. That's just how things work around here. But, killer story, really enjoyed it. Let's see what we got next on the docket. Ham Saturn destroys more company property. I mean, the company deserves it. They don't really pay you guys shit. They do their job poorly. Like, I hope the whole thing fails. Hey, sorry you're all out of a job. Maybe you can find some more gainful employment out there in the world. None of them are gonna make it in the world, is the joke there. Anyway, I work in a warehouse with a ham planet named Maggie. I call her Ham Saturn because one time she got herself stuck in a wreath trying to prove that she could hula hoop with it, and the planet had a ring around her waist until the guys in the electronics department cut her free with their industrial strength wire clippers. Another time, she pulverized a pool chair that her work crush was wanting to buy. You remember all these stories? I remember all these stories. She was trying to join in on our conversation about whether the smaller pool chair would support his daughter, and then she sat in the adult chair to test its strength, and yeah, it immediately broke. The remains of the chair were stuck to her fat caboose and had to be manually pulled off after she'd been helped up off the floor. To say that Maggie is an imbecile is really a slap in the face to the imbeciles of the world. That's fine. They don't mind. They're imbeciles. I can't believe that she's made it to the age of 28 without falling into a well or being tarred and feathered by an angry posse of torch-wielding villagers. Well, I told you what would happen if Maggie existed back in the olden days this time, you know? She'd be the village idiot. She would be so beloved. We'd be like, Maggie, bite the head off this chicken, and she'd just fucking do it. Here, Maggie, eat this raw onion. She doesn't care. She chomps it like a horse. Anyway, Maggie's old work crush has long since moved on to greener pastures. Oh yeah, he works at a hotel now, from what we learned. And since COVID restrictions have eased up, our warehouse has reinstated their prison work release program. Oh, good. Essentially, they have a deal with the county jail where a dozen or so inmates can come work during the day to make money to pay off the fines for whatever dumbass thing they did to land them in the pokey, which is, you know, mostly drug-related offenses. Yeah, victimless crimes. Make sure you grind up a bunch of money and give it to me because you decided to partake in something of your own free will. I mean, I guess that's a tangent, but oh god, what a load of bullshit. They're actually all really decent guys and way more respectful than the rest of us deviants who know that we can walk out the door anytime and have a new job in less than a week. Less than a week, really? You think? I would do that. I don't know why you haven't done that yet. And yeah, of course, the jail guys don't want to lose the thing. They're working on good time, you know? Making some money for the canteen and whatnot. You don't get it. You just will never get it. So one of these work release guys is named Corgi. I don't know why they call him that, but all these guys go by nicknames. Probably he's got short legs or something like that. He's the newest target of Maggie's sexual ardor. I don't know what he did to land himself in jail, but whatever it was, he is certainly paying the price. Maggie's up his butt all day, every day.
Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth.
It's really uncomfortable and funny to observe. She just waddles after him and tries to show off and pretend like she's the head of our department the minute the floor manager is out of the room. Yes, I actually have tenure here in the Christmas department. Would you like to help me untangle these lights? Man named after a dog? Sure, whatever. I'm sure Corgi's excited for the attention. I don't know how long he's been in lockup, okay? But probably he's like, let me weigh my options. I don't know how long you've been in, Corgi. I don't know if you got a family on the outside there, Corgi, but, he's gonna do what he's gonna do. And Maggie's gonna do what she's gonna do. And OP's gonna stand there and watch. And judge, but still continue watching. I wanted to say that that's weird, but that's essentially exactly what I do, so. I see why it makes me uncomfortable. A little look too long into the mirror, you know? And I'm not talking cocaine. Please don't haul me off to jail and stick me in the Magic Christmas warehouse.
Hurry up, baby. I got something to do. Guess what? Okay.
Thanks so much. So yeah, Maggie shouts to people, telling them what to do, and swaggers about trying to look authoritative, and breaks into these really hysterical runs to try and feel important. Call it the full throttle waddle. Every time you mention it, you have to use the name. That's how we do branding around here, goddammit. We all either laugh or roll our eyes or blatantly shit-talk her. Corgi has to be polite to her, so he's never rude and never tells her to piss off, but the rest of us are free American citizens, so we do not hold back. Yeah, how's this different from anything except somebody's actually showing her respect? I'm surprised that you don't judge Corgi for showing her respect. One time, my friend Brian told her directly to her face, I want to push you in front of a speeding car. And she just kept on rattling on with her fascinating tale of family board game night and how her brother sat next to his wife and then her dad rolled a 3 and got a Yahtzee. It's like trying to emotionally destroy a boiled potato, honestly. Maggie just does not get it. I'm pretty sure the high school bullies just gave up on her out of sheer frustration. Yeah, but not you, OP. You're not a high school bully. You got 5 decades of experience judging other people. I'm never gonna give up. They're paying me to be here and fucking shit all over my coworker for some reason because we enjoy a toxic work environment, apparently. Ugh. So Maggie decided to go all in with her seduction attempt this last Friday. Thursday was her scheduled day off, and she apparently spent the whole day preparing. Friday morning, she comes wobbling into the break room with a new haircut and a frilly romper. Oh my, Maggie, you've really stepped it up a notch or two, haven't you? Look at you, Maggie! Wonderful! I do like to see her taking care of herself. There's not shit smeared on the back of the romper, you know, so we're gonna call that a win, I guess. First of all, we work in a warehouse and our shift starts at 7 a.m. Why in the hell would you wear a frilly romper? What the fuck is a frilly romper anyway? This is a frilly romper. I can't imagine it would look all that great on a big girl, because, you know, the stomach hanging out the middle and whatnot, but maybe it packs it in. Maybe you got like a cinch in the back, you know? Maggie's doing her best, that's what I know. You can wear whatever the fuck you want in the magical Christmas warehouse, Harry Potter capes and all. But we have the problem with the wrong. Okay, fine, whatever. Second of all, she was bulging out of it so badly that she had to wear it over a spaghetti strap tank top, which was over one of her industrial strength bras. I don't know what she's thinking, but she is constantly wearing dainty tank tops over huge bras. Like, the whole back of the bra is just always out. Oh yes, talk about fashion faux pas. I don't know or care about any of that. Thirdly, I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm too annoyed to care. It's a word, and I think you know that. This is just another way of expressing your displeasure. So here's my way of expressing my displeasure. It's a middle finger. I'm putting my middle finger up at you. Super Mario Mortal Coded. I put my middle fingers up at them. Also, her haircut. Her stupid fucking haircut. It is just so bad. She had her head shaved all the way around with just a mop of like 3 inches on the whole top. She looked like Violet Beauregard if she'd been an onion or a bulb of garlic instead of a blueberry. Yeah, she showed up with a punk-ass haircut. What's wrong with that? It's sort of a boyish haircut too. Maybe that's how she's angling. She found out some things about Corgi and she's like, oh, if you want a little prison boy, I could be that for you. I don't have a jumpsuit. All I have is a frilly romper. So Maggie comes strutting into the break room, looking around at everyone, waiting for the compliments to start rolling in. I'll be the first. Hey Maggie, nice haircut. That's punk as fuck, bro. But OP says it was really strained. When Maggie gets dolled up, she looks even worse. Like she puts in so much effort that you can't help but feel cringy. Like This is you looking your best and you still look like a steaming pile of ass. Alright, post a picture of yourself, OP. Just for reference, let's do some comparisons here. Really, I think the problem is that you're approaching retirement age and can't wear frilly rompers anymore. You see somebody 30 that wants to shove themselves into a frilly romper and prance about the town, and you're like, how could you do that? You can't do that because I can't do that. But Maggie doesn't abide by your stupid fucking mortal rules. She does whatever she wants, whenever she wants, and that's the type of energy I'm all about, you know? She's living her best life. What you want from me? Some of the other ham planets that we work with, there are a lot, but only Maggie annoys me due to her shit personality. They start exclaiming over her hair and her outfit, and Maggie started rambling about how she just felt like dressing up, and people should wear what they want, blah, 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 and feigning modesty. I mean, she's definitely not a modest individual. However, I'm glad that she gets to, you know, have her moment in the sun. This is all Maggie ever really wanted at work, to be accepted by you fucking people. So good. I'm glad she gets a taste, you know? OP says, the prison crew doesn't start at the same time as the rest of us do because they're transported in a van and accompanied by a CO. So as soon as the crew troops in the door at 9 o'clock, Maggie immediately begins posturing in front of Corgi and fishing for compliments. He said, oh, you got a haircut. Looks nice. Which is an absolute lie, but he was obviously trying to get her out of his face. She reacted like it was the greatest moment of her life, which, sadly, it probably was. All morning, she was finding reasons to walk around his station and being extra loud and bossy. Annoying AF. Look, Maggie, I'm just trying to get to a day, okay? I gotta go back after this. Do you know my cellmate? Do you know what he's in for? My whole life is fucked. All because I was transporting a gallon of PCP. I said, that gallon's for personal use. And the judge said, no, it's not. Lock him up.
Wow! A gallon?
Yes. Yeah.
That's illegal, right?
Yeah, it's a felony.
Finally, lunchtime rolls around. Seeing as how the area heat wave is over and summer is coming to an end, most of us sit outside at the picnic tables to eat. The work release guys are only permitted to sit at the picnic tables sectioned off by a railing right against the building, so of course that's where Maggie parks herself every lunch break because that's where Corgi eats his lunch. Honestly, if I were him, I'd rather stay in jail. The rest of us eat at tables across the parking lot under the trees because there's shade. Oh yes, look at us in the shade tables. These shade tables are so much better than the building tables. Who would want to go and eat with the prisoners? Honestly, Corgi's probably carbo loading. He sees Maggie come in with like a knapsack full of sandwiches every day, and he's like, let me get some of them. And she'll give him like 8 sandwiches. If I'm staying back at the prison, the only thing that I can eat to add bulk is fucking peanut butter. But out here on the outside, I got Maggie, my sandwich girl. Corgi's probably into it. It's fine. Like some sort of attention, likely better than nothing at all. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've been to jail or been underway in a boat, but things get really weird after a few months of like no female attention. That's probably where these prison boys are at. You don't know how Maggie looks through Corgi's eyes after a couple years on the inside, you know? OP says, Maggie does this really bizarre thing where she like poses in front of Corgi. She'll lean back on the railing on her elbows and cross her ankles while she puffs on her stupid vape and stinks up the parking lot with her disgusting cotton candy scented clouds. I don't know if she thinks it's a flattering angle or if she's trying to appear devil-may-care or whatever, but it just makes her look like a tumbling dickweed. Gosh, I didn't know Maggie was a vapor too. That's sad. I guess, you know, you get into some shit after 28 years on the planet. But we could kick that vape, can't we, Maggie? We could smoke real cigarettes like a like a grown-up adult, can't we? I mean, you don't have to smoke anything, but if I'm unpoisoning myself, I want to do it right. Anyway, on Friday, the railing had apparently had enough of Maggie's abuse because all of a sudden there was a loud crack. And we all jump and look over to the other side of the parking lot, only to see the railing hitting the ground with Maggie landing on top of it. She's so fat, the wood railing couldn't support her weight. She literally ripped the wood from the screws or the nails or whatever. I mean, that's just shit construction, if you want me to be honest. What sort of railing can't handle a 500-pound woman leaning against it for hours at a time every single day? I, of course, start laughing hysterically, and Brian says, "Can someone please fire her already?" While Jamie, our floor manager, hisses, "Shut up, you two! Shut up! Jesus Christ!" as he jumps up and hurries over to help. The best part was watching Maggie pick herself up. She had to kind of roll from side to side before getting enough momentum to get onto her stomach, then push herself to her knees before Jamie and another inmate pulled her up by her arms. Her romper strap was torn. She was filthy from landing on the blacktop. Her vape broken. Yeah, sometimes good things turn into shit really fast, you know? She was having such a great day until like 5 seconds ago. Jamie led her inside. Unfortunately, she wasn't hurt. And when lunch was over, she was back at her station with a safety pin on her strap. It was a huge ask of a safety pin, because that romper is very ill-fitting. I'm surprised she didn't throw a fit and go home for 5 days like you did when somebody stepped on your fingy, OP. Yeah, I remember that shit. We don't want to bring that up. We'll recap all the old stories about Maggie, except the one that makes me look like the entitled person that I am, huh? We conclude. So, not only did Maggie destroy even more company property in her attempts to woo a man, she also drove the object of her affections further away from her, because now the inmates are no longer allowed to have breaks outside because there's no longer a fenced-in area within range of the security cameras. Damn, Maggie fucked it up, bro. Maggie stated multiple times that she wants to have a baby so she has something to control. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Don't, please. Corgi, I'm sure you know better, okay? But don't, please. Thank God she keeps sabotaging herself in the romance department, because she'd definitely be getting pushed down the stairs into a pile of coat hangers. I'm sure Maggie's baby would be beautiful and very bouncy, very round. Not much in the brains department, but you know, what do you expect? The product of a warehouse worker and an inmate. It's not exactly gonna be the next Albert Einstein, is it? But I don't know. As long as we aren't bringing another human life into the equation, I'm pretty okay with Maggie's antics. You know, it's dopey. It's oafish. It's the sort of neckbeard or fat people stories that I love. Nobody's truly getting hurt, really, except, you know, for Maggie and her sense of self-esteem just bottoming through the floor. But she doesn't seem to care. I do admire that about her. Just keep on pushing, ignore the bullshit. That's what I know. Maggie's got it on lock. I think OP's just jealous that Maggie has it so on lock. OP thought Corgi was cute too, but she's like, oh, he doesn't want a withered up old lady like me. Like I said, OP, he's been on the inside for a long time. You could mosey over there and take your pick. They bring in the meat market at 9 a.m. every morning. They're probably going to stop bringing to the warehouse if you start doing all that. But it'd be good for a one-off, you know, whisk him off to the beanbag department and have your fill right there on a cigarette-burned beanbag. It's sort of a dumb story, but I don't know. What else do I expect? How do you feel about it, Gubbins?
Why OP Mad Maggie break rail? That not destruction. That called breaking down barriers. Maggie literally tearing down walls between her and Corgi. Very romantic. Like Berlin Wall, but with more splinters. And OP jealous of Romper. Maggie dressed like Garlic Bulb to ward off vampires. OP is the vampire. Sucking joy. Sucking fun. Maggie fall down, but she get back up with help of 2 men. OP sitting alone with bitterness and unbroken railing. Who really winning? Gubbins.
Damn, Gubbins out here swinging for the fences. You said the vampire thing that I said earlier, which you do get at least partial points for that. Let's see what Darkwood has to say.
The author details her co-worker's humiliating fall with the glee of a schoolyard bully. desperate to distract from the reality that she is spending her prime years in a warehouse obsessing over a woman she despises. She mocks Maggie for wanting something to control, yet fails to see that Maggie already controls every waking thought in the author's sad, resentful mind. Dark Gubbins.
I like it, Dark Gubbins. Unfortunately, I think Gubbins a little bit... yeah, he edged it. What can I say? Which means he's probably going to win today. But not if I make the next story 2 points, which I could totally do. Let's just see how it goes. We'll see how we feel. Thanks so much for being here today, friends. If you watched the video this far, maybe sign up on the Patreon, YouTube memberships. Helps us out a lot every month. Fourth wall for the merch. Podcast services. Spotify, iTunes, etc. I'll stop plugging things now, and I guess we'll go ahead and get into whatever's next, huh? This is Ham Saturn versus Marvin, round 3. Dude, I thought all this was over. Does Marvin even know that they're fighting? Like, he just says some blatantly honest shit, and Maggie sort of lets it roll off her back, but OP's standing there like, they're gonna fight! They're fighting right now! No, I'm pretty sure everybody here has a mental disconnect to the point they don't even know that they're fighting.
Boozer.
Whatever. I work in a warehouse with my Ham Planet coworker Maggie. Maggie's the most boring person I've ever met in my life. She still lives in her parents' home at 28. She's never been in an airplane or traveled out of the state. She's never pursued higher education. Every weekend, she either plays board games with her parents, goes driving around to collect Pokemon Go characters. I'm not sure what that means. I never got into Pokemon. Oh my god, OP, come on. It's a fucking phenomena! But I guess, if you're 20 years old when it first came out, then it probably hits a little different. It got me at just the right age. They're like, look, the main character's 10. I'm like, oh, I'm 10! 4 decades later, here we are, still battling fucking imaginary creatures. Or she might go to an ice cream social at her church. That's good for Maggie, honestly. We know this because every Monday, Maggie will regale us with every excruciatingly minute detail of her weekend. She has experienced nothing! Oh yeah? Well, tell us how fucking worldly you are, OP. I do realize that there's some people that just really never get out of their hometown. You know what I mean? Usually people of a lower socioeconomic status that just don't have the means to get out and about in that way. And I think you should be more understanding, honestly. You guys are both broke as shit working a dead-end job in a warehouse. Trust me that you should be more understanding. She's only not even 30. She's got a little wiggle room. Her life still might be something. OP, your life, unfortunately, it's mostly done. This is the trajectory you've chosen. Terrifying, isn't it? Anyway, OP says, despite this fact, Maggie feels like she knows everything. She tried talking to our coworker about astrophysics when she's never even read a book about that in her lifetime. Her reasoning, well, I watch the Discovery Channel a lot. I am not even kidding. I mean, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he'd probably teach you some stuff, Also, I don't really believe that the astrophysics guy exists in the Christmas warehouse. I'm pretty sure that guy is overqualified to be here and he's going to find his way out shortly. If he exists at all. If he's not just an example for our silly allegory that we're telling. This method of reasoning also makes her believe that she knows how the world works. She puts blanket statements on so many things based on her sample size of one experience. For example, the one that's relevant, a couple years ago, she went to an extended family reunion and came out of that party with the conclusion that Lutherans party with food and Catholics party with liquor. She and her family are Lutheran and some Catholics married into the family. I mean, this doesn't sound completely inaccurate. She repeats the same stories to new hires over and over again, when, in all honesty, they're not even worth telling once. She's repeated her mantra of how different religions party too many times to count. I'll tell you why. That's because Maggie knows fucking branding. You just repeat the thing until it becomes a thing, and now it's a thing. Take notes, OP. Anywho, today, Maggie was walking by Martin's book station, which is in a quieter area of the warehouse, One of our coworkers, Josh, was dropping off a pallet in the vicinity and overheard Maggie yapping at Marvin. She tries constantly to relate to Marvin because her brother's autistic and he obviously does not like it. She was going off about her insightful revelations about Lutherans preferring to party with food. She's Lutheran, and kept bragging about it despite basically everyone that we work with being non-religious. And Martin allegedly looked at her with a deadpan expression and said, "Yeah, you obviously like to party." Josh came back to our department and told everyone what transpired. A minute later, Maggie trudged into her station looking very defeated, and I was pretty happy about that. Marvin is the shit. Well, gosh, that story was rather anticlimactic, wasn't it? Get this, everybody. She got called fat in a sidelong way. Wow, OP. Massive victory. I'm so proud of you for whatever, fucking living vicariously through this kid with Asperger's. Like, what the hell is going on here? Short story, so short comments. Gubbins, let's get in here. Speed round, okay?
YOP hate wholesome fun. Maggie play board games with family. That called having loving home. Maggie catch Pokemon. That called digital hunter-gatherer. Very primal. Maggie watch Discovery Channel. She basically scientist. She learned via osmosis. OP say Maggie experience nothing. Wrong. Maggie experience Yahtzee. Maggie experience Charizard. Maggie experience ice cream with Jesus. Marvin say she like to party.
What's happening?
He right. She party with food. Food better than liquor. Food not make you text ex-boyfriend at 3 a.m. OP just jealous because only party OP invited to is pity party. Population OP Gubbins.
Sounds like you're coming through a radio transmitter or something like that. Also, we're taking points away for saying Charizard. Everybody knows better than that guy. Charizard! God damn it. Why don't you pronounce it Yahtzee? Because Yahtzee's more popular than Pokemon? Not these days! Biggest national grossing thing in the world! Maybe I'm hyper defensive about it, but I don't care. Go ahead, Dark One. It's your turn.
The author confesses that seeing a harmless woman look defeated brought her joy, revealing a spirit so emaciated it must feed on the suffering of others to feel full. She mocks Maggie's simple life of family and faith, blind to the fact that her own sophistication is nothing but a mask for a deep, incurable loneliness. Dark Gubbins.
God damn, that's why she posted on Reddit, like, you guys will think I'm cool, right? No, it's just a bunch of internet people, they don't care either. There you go. For Charizard and for going long on time, Gubbins, you didn't get the point. You could have done. I really like experiencing science through osmosis. All you need's the Discovery Channel. I want to cram one more in here. We usually do 3 stories per episode, but there's like 5 stories left, so we could do 4 for this one, 4 for the finale, and then we'll be done with Maggie, and people will cry about it. Me most of all. I love to hate this OP. But we'll continue on. We'll see how it goes. One more today. I hope you'll enjoy. Do I have more things to plug? Why, yes, I do. We're working on Gubbins Gotcha, some secret projects. Go ahead, check us out. You can join the secret ReddX testing Google group for apps if you'd like to help us get these things approved. I would appreciate it. And with all that said, let's continue on. Why not? Oh my god, these stories are scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel, let me tell you what. Okay, this is Ham Saturn gets herself in a sticky situation. Today, my Ham Planet coworker Maggie came wobbling into the break room at the start of our shift with an Egg McMuffin wrapper stuck to her shoe like a piece of toilet paper. It was very funny to me. That's the whole post. You're chronicling Maggie's every move. Who doesn't like an Egg McMuffin? I feel nothing about that situation except jealous that I didn't get to eat some Egg McMuffins. What the hell? Okay, I guess, yeah, I was strapped in for a long one, but this is what we get. I hope the finale isn't like just 3 paragraphs. That would suck ass. I'll feed it to the Gubbinses anyways. What do you think, boys?
YOP laughing. That not trash. That is trophy. Maggie conquered the McMuffin. Now she wear its skin on foot like Hunter wear bear pelt. Very alpha move. It established dominance over breakfast. Also, rapper provide non-slip traction on warehouse floor. That called safety innovation. OP just jealous because OP probably eat dry toast alone in car while Maggie walking in with evidence of delicious victory. She takes step, she crunch. The sound of success. Gubbins.
The sound of success, the sound of corporate deliciosity, a food product that you can stuff into your face. Isn't it wonderful? We're living in the future now. How do you feel about it, Dark Gubbins?
He finds genuine joy in a piece of garbage clinging to a shoe, because it is the only thing in that room with less purpose than himself. He mocks the debris on her soul, unaware that to everyone else, he is the sticky, unwanted refuse that simply refuses to let go. Dark Gubbins.
It's nice comparisons and whatnot, but I think I still gotta give it to Gubbins. He's still maintaining a bit of a lead, and super proud of you, boy. I wish I could live with my parents, too.
Your parents are dead! You have no family!
And Ham Saturn is defeated by salad. Oh my god. She choke on a crouton or something? I work in a warehouse with my Ham Planet coworker named Maggie. Since COVID restrictions has eased up and our warehouse has reintroduced their prison work release program, we work alongside a dozen or so guys from the local jail every day. They're really good guys. They can only qualify for the program by demonstrating good behavior and a commitment to their rehab. Do they get to steal stuff from the warehouse, though? Because that part would be important to me. I want to get some contraband. Add some time on. I'm never going home. Anyway, we all make mistakes and poor choices in life, says OP. Some more severe than others, but still. I mean, yeah, that's fucking real. I can't knock you for that. We've all been there, man. My opinion is that if you're willing to put in the work to become a better person, then you deserve a second chance. And not everyone who screws up is a throwaway deviant. Why do we not have the same opinion about Maggie? Like, she's a human being. She hasn't screwed up so terribly. Like, we're saying that Maggie is worse than literal prisoners? I don't know, man. I don't know. On Wednesday, we were all having our lunches in the break room. We used to all eat together outside until Maggie the Ham Planet ripped down the railing that marked the designated outdoor picnic area that the work release guys could eat in because it was within range of the security cameras. Yeah, she's fat. So the railing fell over after she leaned on it one too many times. The director hasn't budgeted for it to be fixed until next year because it'll be winter soon anyway. So the prison crew is not at all happy with Maggie because now they get no outdoor time. I mean, you get it at the prison, don't you? But yeah, it's like, I would like a little more. That's true. Maybe we do our time and then we could have as much outdoor time as we want. Like, my brother's been in jail, like, basically forever. I have some sympathy for prisoners and stuff, but hey, you gotta do your time, you know? Tell you what, though, really make you appreciate some shit when you get out. You're like, I can just leave whenever I want? I can go to any place. Wow, that's amazing. Maggie has an unrequited love interest in Corgi, one of the work release guys. I've witnessed her behavior with a former work crush before, and it's just weird in a way that I've never witnessed in anyone else before. She would whoop with fake laughter at everything her former crush said and try to impress him by sticking her phone in his face while he was on break, trying to zone out in his own phone so she could impress him with her curated TikTok videos. Oh yes, my algorithm is of the highest caliber, thank you. My daughter shares TikTok videos with me. She's curated my algorithm to like a razor's edge over there. A lot of kind of gross Indian food videos. I don't know if I could get away with it on YouTube really, but we might try it one of these days. Maggie would then toddle after her crush to interrupt his conversations. Well, with Corgi, she's taken a completely different approach. She tries to seduce him with food. I called that in the last episode. You're in prison, you want to bulk up? I gotta get with Maggie the sandwich girl. She brings me 15 sandwiches in a knapsack every day. How you gonna say no to that? It all started out with, oh, I can't eat all of these McNuggets. Yeah, right. Do you want some? And then it progressed to her pretending that KFC upgraded her order and gave her extra chicken, or Wendy's accidentally gave her an extra burger. I mean, yeah, Corgi knows what's going on here, but who's gonna ask questions, really? A fucking Wendy's burger? After more than a couple months on the inside? Yeah, you're handing him a literal treasure trove. It is painfully obvious, of course, that she is purchasing this food on her own dime and offering it up to her dreamboat in hopes of him, I don't know, asking her to marry him upon his release or bang her in the bathroom. Who knows? They might have done it already, OP. You don't know. And it's so bad that even the CO, who accompanies the guys to work, has started ribbing Corgi about what he thinks. Will he get Taco Bell or Popeyes today? I don't know, CO, but I'm winning either way. OP says, ugh, I'm babbling. I don't know. I was sort of vibing with it. That's fine. It was like a recap, but I think that's good. Especially because we split this story from the last one. Whatever, anyway. We're all shooting the shit at lunch on Wednesday, and one of the prison crew, Desi, brings up the fact that the kitchen crew is responsible for making up the work releases crew lunches every day. Since the kitchen crew is stuck making 12 cents an hour, and the guys in our program are making over triple minimum wage, they can save up and pay off fines and, get housing once they're released. Maybe even already have a job with health insurance. Yeah, so there's a lot of animosity there. I've seen what these guys eat, and ew, little ketchup-sized pouches of peanut butter on crappy bread, mealy apples, weird canned shit, just nasty. Yeah, bag lunches are always like the worst thing anywhere you go. But in the prison system, yeah, they give you just a little bit extra. Just fucking bread and peanut butter. No bologna on it? You guys ever tried peanut butter and bologna? Me either, but I kind of want to now. And these guys that I work with are just trying to turn over a new leaf, and they're being stepped on just for working at giving themselves a new start. Yeah, I mean, if you were on enough good time, you'd probably be able to do the warehouse program too. But they're stuck in the kitchen because we can't trust you outside.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Catch you outside?
OP says, I have friends that serve time, and I'm well aware that the kitchen staff runs Bartertown. I like my coworkers, so I decided to surprise them with a treat every day. Not bad. It's sort of what Maggie's doing, but, for a different reason, I guess. You still want some recognition, don't you? I mean, that's why you'd write the story about it. Or maybe the true satisfaction that you get is undermining Maggie. She's trying to do this thing, and OP's like, yeah, I'm gonna do that thing too, but for everybody, and not just that one guy who I find physically attractive. So on Thursday, I spoke to the GM about commandeering our buffet setup that's used for the catered holiday parties, and then spent the evening roasting chicken, harvesting my garden, raiding the greenhouses at my friends' farms, chopping and bagging veg, shredding cheese, whipping up my homemade green goddess dressing. What green goddess dressing? What's that? Don't... You put some snail trail in that dressing, is what you're telling me? I don't think I want any. No, please. I already had herpes for lunch. OP says, yesterday at lunch, I busted out a huge salad bar for everybody on my lunch shift. I'm talking organic arugula, peppers, cukes, tomatoes, sunflower seeds, radishes, red onion, chicken chunks, shredded cheddar, ham, broccoli. This was a salad bar. Honestly, fuck it, yeah, bars, bro. Again, I gotta give you props. That sounds delicious and wonderful, and I'm glad you did that for these people who clearly need it. They're going through a bit of a rough time. You can be a ray of sunshine, why not? OP says, it was so extensive that my very generous boyfriend had to drive over all the fixins at lunchtime because there was no way it would fit in the break room fridges with everyone else's food. Damn, we could just drive lunches around whenever we want. What's your boyfriend's employment situation? No, it's probably fine. He's the boss. He can fucking take lunch if he wants. All right. But yeah, I've given OP props a couple times in this part. OP's actually like a decent person, it seems, when Maggie is not involved. When we're not focusing so much ire at just one person. Maybe I shouldn't focus so much ire at OP, but I don't know, that's also kind of what people paid for the ticket for and stuff like that. So we're gonna have to bleed for views, you know? You more than me. I announced to everyone to come get some salad, and it went over very well. My other coworkers enjoyed it too, but the work release gang was seriously over the moon about it. I encouraged everyone to get seconds and thirds, and they absolutely did. These guys obviously hadn't had a real good fresh produce in so long. There were 0 leftovers, and I was very happy about it. Yeah, they're gonna shit well, clog up them cheap prison toilets, you know? Or maybe they got the big metal industrial ones, I don't know. Either way, increased capacity tonight. I got this lettuce sweeping me from the inside out like a broom. Opie says, I was planning on washing out the bowls myself, but nobody would hear of it, and they formed a line to wash and dry while they were thanking me. I mean, yeah, you just fucking fed them. About 10 minutes before our lunch break was over, they were finishing up the dishes, and Maggie waltzes through the door with a sack of Burger King and an expression of anticipation on her face. Before she can offer Corgi the Crush a bag of fries or a Whopper or whatever, Corgi puts the bowl he was drying into the rack and says, "Oh, Peter, that was the best meal I had in about 3 years. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, girl." Maggie's face just fell, and she asked meekly, "Does anyone want any of my extra Burger King?" It was a solid no thanks across the board. Oh well, I'm sure she had no issue polishing it off herself. Do I believe this 100%? Probably not. Who's gonna pass up a free Burger King? I still got room. Hand it over, big girl. But then, yeah, there's strings attached, I guess. She's gonna start following you around like a lost puppy dog, breaking rails near where you try to eat lunch outside. It's definitely not without its hazards, you know, but I do love me some fucking Whopper. I'll say that. If it's a Whopper Junior, get it out of here. You know, you gotta spring for the double Whopper even. Oh, then you really got me by the tongue. Maybe that's the wrong turn of phrase. I don't think it's even a turn of phrase. What I do know about this post, though, is OP's doing a lot of humble bragging, you know. I fed these dudes, it was so good, and really it was all just like an underhanded way to get back at Maggie. Maggie didn't come in until the very end of the story, and only so she could be disappointed, and we're all supposed to cheer. But I don't know, I'm conflicted about it. Like I said, I gave OP some props and stuff like that, but it was all in service of like the goal that I suspected, you know? It could have all just been coincidence. Seems like a hell of a long way to go to try and, you know, get one over on Maggie, but she wrote like an entire series of Reddit stories, so I don't know. Nothing's off the table at this point. What do you think about it, Gubbinses?
OP is not just a gardener, she is the goddess of arugula who used her boyfriend like a pack mule to wage a holy war against the Burger King. She didn't just bring lunch, she orchestrated a theatrical production involving local farms, botanical expertise from 1996, and the tactical deployment of sunflower seeds to destroy a woman's soul. This is like using a tactical nuke to win a bake-off, but the nuke is made of organic cucumbers and the target is a lady with bad knees. Very impressive. Very normal behavior for a 45-year-old lady. Gubbins.
A 45-year-old lady is terrifying.
The OP's charity is nothing more than a carefully constructed weapon, using the marginalized work release crew as literal props in her lifelong campaign of cruelty against a woman she has dehumanized into a planet. She doesn't crave the satisfaction of feeding the hungry. She craves the high of witnessing another woman's public humiliation through the medium of farm-to-table greens. Dark Gubbins.
But gosh, I do enjoy some nice farm-to-table greens.
Rosebud frozen peas, full of country goodness and green penis.
However, I think the point's going to Gubbins on that one. Easy. He's pulling ahead in a big way, Dark One. I don't know if we're going to be able to pull this one back around. We got, what, 3 stories left? Let me do the math. Oh my god, you can tie it up. Or I'll start adding double points if that's really what we need to do. But hopefully you can swing it. That's fingers crossed, you know? Everybody loves the Dark Gubbins victory music. I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the ReddX, YouTube Music, Spotify, whatever. Like, there's a podcast version on Spotify and iTunes, but there's also, like, the ReddX music version. It's very confusing, and we wouldn't have it any other way, I guess. So check us out on the music or the talking side. You might get bamboozled into one or the other, but I don't know. They're both pretty good in my estimation. Anyway, I'll stop plugging things. We'll go ahead, get into the next story, and see how it goes. This story titled, Ham Saturn Ruins Another Lunch Break. Oh no, you've ruined it.
Why are you saying it like that? Saying what? I'm just pointing out the party's ruined.
I work in a warehouse with a ham planet named Maggie. Today, Saturday, there was an option to work an overtime shift, and about a dozen of us accepted because it's a really relaxed, shorter shift in the beginner department of the warehouse, and I don't know, who couldn't use some extra money these days? Yeah, preach. Drop me a super chat, sign up on the Patreon or YouTube memberships if you want to help out. Thanks. I never said no to free money. So we all meet up in the break room before we punch in, and the mood was pretty jovial because we were in for an easy shift, and our organization springs for bagels and cream cheese for breakfast, so we were battling over the chive and onions cream cheese and talking about what we did the night before. Most of us were like, Netflix with the significant other, or pumpkin patch with the kids. But we work with a few younger folks who had gone to parties and were feeling pretty hungover. Well, like a Halloween party thing? Is this another, like, spooky OP? We're gonna be quirky at the Halloween party? Probably not, but I'm sort of getting flashbacks. Why were they hungover? What was the holiday? I gotta go fucking look it up. I don't want to. It's Halloween. Deal with it. Then the conversation turned to Maggie, and she excitedly started rambling about the fish fry that she went to with her parents, and explaining to all of us that Fish Fry Fridays was a thing because Catholics don't eat meat on Fridays. And that, while she and her family are Lutheran, her cousin's roommate's brother's aunt's father married a Catholic, and that's how she knows. She seriously assumed that nobody else knew this. I mean, I guess I learned it from McDonald's. Filet of fish? Who else is gonna eat that shit? Lunchtime rolls around, and we're all chatting while heating up SpaghettiOs and unwrapping sandwiches in the break room. If 45-year-olds eating spaghetti, fucking society's so grim, man. I can't even bear to look at it anymore. Why are you choosing that for yourself? You went to the market, the grocery store, and you're like, those SpaghettiOs look good. Those SpaghettiOs are calling to me. Fuck. You couldn't think of anything else? Cook spaghetti like a normal person. Jesus Christ. I don't mean to get hung up about SpaghettiOs. We're gonna add that to the list of things I hate. Cutting boards, Funko Pops, fucking SpaghettiOs.
I will do my damnedest to make sure that we don't put any SpaghettiOs in your body.
Yeah, unwrapping sandwiches in the break room. And then Maggie sticks her plate into the microwave. It was her fish leftovers. She microwaved fish in a shared space. Oh, that's sort of how the Bootbeard saga gets started, if I recall correctly. Speaking of which, the OP of that saga, that one gay cop, he's got the first part of his book free for Kindle until tomorrow, essentially, February 1st through 5th. And he also just dropped the second part of his book series, so if you'd like to pick that up, we got Blood and Sand and Blood and Dust, and I believe there's one more coming. Very exciting stuff. I'm gonna leave affiliate links to them. And if you shop on Amazon, you should click that before you buy something, because it helps us out. Us being ReddX, it's not Cop's affiliate link, to be fair. I'm getting some benefit from this too. I have to come clean. Anyway, yeah, weirdo Maggie microwaving fish. She's probably never been told not to do that. I don't think Maggie's been denied very many things in life, you know? That's why she's whimsical. Essentially just a 30-year-old woman child running around in a fucking Harry Potter cape and choking herself in the fan, you know? Maybe it's good. Maybe it's good we inform her of the social boundaries. Opie says it took less than a minute for everyone to grab their plates and head out the door so we could eat in the rain and away from her abominable fish odors. She ate alone in the break room. We spent the rest of the shift wet and smelling her stanky ocean chow. I swear, Guantanamo Bay torturers have nothing on this woman. Yeah, she's playing the long game. She's really trying to get you guys with that. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's like, I just need the break room to myself. Maybe some peace and quiet while I stay in here and warm and dry. It's sort of a big brain play for Maggie, I gotta be honest. Everybody gave her exactly what she wanted. I would have sat in there anyways. Endured the fish stank. Although the fish stank with Maggie also, like, trying to tell you about Yahtzee night with her family. I probably couldn't. I'd say, oh, that's neat, Maggie. I gotta go to the bathroom. And she's like, why are you taking all your stuff? Why are you getting in your car? Why are you driving away? We have to go back to work. No, I fucking quit. I don't want to be around you no more, Maggie. Your oafish antics were fun from afar, but as soon as I'm embroiled in them, I can't anymore. It's a short story, but we'll still get the Gubbinses in here. What did you boys think?
Maggie not a villain, she a gift to the warehouse. She give everyone a free ocean experience without ever leave the break room like a budget cruise, but instead of buffet, you get the smell of things that die in 1994. She just want to educate the peasants on the secret science of fish not being meat, which is very high-level logic that only people who read the internet can understand. She's so brave to make everyone eat in the rain. She just wants them to have the full fisherman experience to go with her leftovers. Gubbins.
Read the internet and the fisherman angle. It's pretty strong, Gubbins.
Her insistence on educating her peers is a desperate defense mechanism to mask a crushing intellectual insecurity. She doesn't just microwave fish. She microwaves the very concept of social cohesion to ensure she remains the center of attention, even if that attention is pure, unadulterated revulsion. Dark Gubbins.
I don't think she's even aware of it, Dark Gubbins. You want to come in with the bickering, boys? Come on.
Why Dark Gubbins so mean? She just want to share. She share fish smell. She share facts. She very generous with things no one wants. Gubbins.
Step right up.
Generosity is not the word for a social pariah using olfactory assault as a substitute for a personality, Gubbins. Dark Gubbins.
Generosity. It is generous, though.
Maybe she think if everyone wet from rain, they not smell fish. Very smart. IQ of a tuna. Gubbins.
Of a tuna. I gotta give it to Gubbins. Dark one, he's having a rough time. He's had his days recently, but he's having a rough time with this one, I think. Gubbins is just too unhinged. It looks like we have time for another story, and if we do another story, then we should do 2 other stories. So I'm gonna continue on and do all of that for you guys today, and I hope that you will enjoy. You can show your thanks with a super chat. What haven't I plugged yet? Fourth wall for the merch. Okay, I'll stop now. Let's get into another one and see how it goes. This story titled Ham Saturn Gets Dissed by Her Bestie. It's you, isn't it, OP? She thinks that you're her bestie, and that's mostly because you're a backstabber. You only really talk behind her back. You get close with like the guise of helping her, and only really use it to shit on her that much more when you're behind her back again. It's very duplicitous. I'm not gonna sign off on any of this behavior, but again, we'll just have to see how it goes. Watch this train wreck in action. So yeah, I work in a warehouse with my Ham Planet coworker Maggie. We also work with her supposed best friend, Angie. Thank God it's not OP. I use the word supposed because it's obvious that Angie dislikes Maggie as much as the rest of us, and they were thrown together because their families are good friends. Can entire families be friends? It's like, okay, put a smile on or else mommy and daddy can't play bridge anymore because you're not friends with their kids. And the reasoning behind this theory is the fact that every time Maggie's training a new hire and Angie walks by, Maggie announces loudly to the trainee, "And this is Angie, my best friend in the whole world." She seriously says this, verbatim. And Angie always says, "Our families are just really good friends," and scurries away while Maggie beams after her. I've witnessed this myself over half a dozen times. It is a really weird way to go. But does that not demonstrate to you how lonely Maggie is? Although I guess it's really not my fault if she's lonely. She'd have to change some things about herself in order to be less lonely. You could start with, you know, not wearing pants that have poop in them, and we'll work up from there. Angie lives in the same city that I do, and our place of employment is within a few miles of both of us. Our organization has a branch in Maggie's suburb, but she deliberately chose to take a position in our city so she could work with her bestie. God, that's really depressing. You're painting quite a picture for me here. She chose a 35-minute commute over a 10-minute drive for this very reason. Maggie told us all of this. She is seriously Jennifer Jason Leigh's character from SWF. Was that Single White Female? I don't know who that actress is either, but yeah, it's nuts what's going on here. I know that. Maggie's car broke down months ago, and she showed up to work in a replacement car that was the same color, make, and model as Angie's car. And also stuffed to the brim with Pusheen and Pokemon plushies, just like Angie's. Dude, that is a little eerie. I don't know what Pusheen is. I'm sure if I look it up, I'll only be more depressed, so I'm not going to. She got the same haircut as Angie. Yeah, Maggie's going a little cuckoo bananas, isn't she? Maggie stops at Big Coffee every morning so she can present Angie with a free matching beverage because we're basically sisters. She tries to push herself into Angie's work friend group. It is all massively creepy and very uncomfortable to witness. Yeah, not even just to think of Angie, would you? I guess I don't blame you. Nobody wants to be in Angie's shoes. Goodness gracious. So Maggie's birthday was a few weeks ago, and she was telling everyone who would stand still long enough about her big pizza party plans with her parents and her brother when Angie walked by and said, "Oh, is it your birthday?" And Maggie said in a phony, indignant voice, "Bitch, you forgot!" And Angie kind of went, and walked off without even saying happy birthday. It was a pretty sick burn. And we were all like, damn! I mean, yeah, for your best friend in the whole world to not know when your birthday is, that does rub a little bit raw. I must admit that much. Especially if it happens with an audience. Everybody at work is watching this shit unfold, and yeah. Poor Maggie, but also poor Angie, but also poor me. And I have to witness this too, OP. Anyway, Angie has the whole week off next week because she's having a destination wedding in Arizona. Maggie's not invited. Her family had apparently been putting pressure on her to invite Maggie for months. We all heard about it from Angie because she's obviously fed up. And the way this hero dealt with the whole situation was to convince Maggie that she couldn't be invited to the wedding because someone had to stay behind to take care of Angie's pets for free. Taking care of those pets would take Maggie an extra 3 hours a day on top of our 10-hour shifts. And Maggie was bragging about this to everyone. And we're all like, Maggie was seriously just proud to be excluded and used as free labor. It was astounding how pleased she was to just be a doormat. Is Angie's family of like a higher social standing? Maggie wants to please Angie for some reason that I can't quite determine yet. Like, clearly she's willing to prostrate herself over and over again for this woman's approval. So, like, what's actually going on here? I don't think we're getting the full story, I'll tell you that much. But I guess it's only from OP's perspective. She can't possibly know the deep and fucking weird bond between these two families. What's she gonna do? Just make it up? Of course not, but I will. And trust me, there's a deep, weird, storied history here.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Anyway, finally someone mentioned to Angie that it was really nice of Maggie to stay back and watch your pets for you. And Angie kind of snorted and said, like the plane could have taken off with her in it anyway. Damn, Angie's kind of a bitch. It's like everybody's two-faced at the Magical Christmas Warehouse. I guess that's how they get so much work done, you know? Two faces are better than one, like they say. They don't say that. My kids are fucking screaming. That's nothing. My 8-year-old made a spider into a yo-yo and he's chasing a 3-year-old around with it. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, Angie and OP both just terrible. OP says, I have a feeling that this whole next week we'll be listening to Maggie boasting about how she's playing such an important part in the wedding. Her parents really failed her. I mean, did they? On some level, I guess they did. You let your kid go to work in poopy pants. Like, if they're 30, they should know that you can't have poop in your pants. My 8-year-old knows to not have poop in his pants. But part of me thinks that the parents were the ones that implanted the whimsy into Maggie and the determination to show up to work every day, even when clearly everybody hates her. But she still puts a smile on and keeps going. I don't know. There's something about Maggie that, you know, does my heart well. I like to see her in action. Like, OP wants to get up on her high horse and be like, oh, she's being taken advantage of. I'd never do that for somebody. Like, somebody that you would consider your best friend, you wouldn't fucking spend 3 hours to feed their pets so their pets don't die. And Maggie does it all with a smile on her face, you know? Takes a big bite of the shit sandwich and says, can I have another one? I got a knapsack. Could you give me 15 shit sandwiches? I could just fill the thing up. I don't know. Part of me feels really bad for Maggie. She's the slightest bit insufferable, but when everybody's hating on her, literally, it's I don't know, pretty easy to cheer for an underdog. That's all I'm saying. How about you, Gubbinses? Do you like cheering for the underdog, or do you want to line up and kick Maggie in the nuts?
OP is not a bully. OP is a professional biographer. Recording every lunch and fire drill for 8 years is what Hero does. This is like The Crown, but instead of a castle, it is a warehouse, and instead of a crown, it is a bag of stolen spaghetti. Very prestigious, and Angie is so kind to let Maggie work for free during the wedding. That is called a career opportunity in pet hospitality. Maggie should pay her for the resume experience. Very normal, very healthy workplace. Gubbins.
Oh, the healthiest workplace, for sure.
The OP has constructed a digital panopticon, obsessively documenting a life they claim to despise to fill the cavernous void of their own missing personality.
Yo, cook.
They are not a witness. They are a parasite who has mistaken a pathological fixation for a personality trait. Dark Gubbins.
Oh, Dark Gubbins, you're gonna bring that back around, aren't you? You're gonna bring that right back around. I'll give you 3 points for that one. Sort of, you know, 2 of them are pity points, but I do like that you pointed out the fixation. It is pathological at this point. Do you think she made the salad for the prison guys just out of the goodness of her heart? Maybe for a little bit of Reddit karma? No! It was all to undermine Maggie, so we would have a silly story for the Fat People Stories Reddit people, who are probably still also pretty fat, or at least out of shape. At least from what I know about Reddit people. Thank God I'm a YouTube people. That's like the top of the social media pile, you know? Except, you know, all the social media pile is still under just normal, regular people. It is what it is. It's a living. I don't know. I really think Dark Gubbins had a strong but pointed argument there, despite it being basically what we've said many times before. I just want to make the last part of this interesting. So we got one more story to go, boys. Strap yourselves in. Thanks so much for watching, friends. Is there anything I didn't plug? Oh my god, Gubbins Gotcha! In the ReddX Discord server, you can summon your own Gubbinses. I've worked 3 days on a fucking animation for it. We've got Did I, the Help You Remember app, and Spin It, the Help You Pick app, going to the Play Store pretty soon. I'm working on Waifu Pilled as always. I'm also working on a virtual pet game, which is pretty hush-hush at the moment. There is an 8-minute devlog in the channel chat or in my Discord if you're interested. There's a Google group, ReddX testing group, that helps us push apps through if you're interested. I'd appreciate it. But that's about all I have to plug. I don't think I have any more plugs left in the video, guys. Good job, we did it. Thanks so much. Let's go ahead and get into the next part. And indeed, yes it is. Here, friends, we finally arrived at the final chapter of Ham Saturn. My goodness, we're putting so many series to bed. That's just how it goes, you know? Some things beautiful start and sometimes they end or some shit like that. So, if you've been following the saga of Ham Saturn, you'll know that I used to work with a ham planet named Maggie. I say used to because I got fired for online selling some things that I purchased at my job that I decided I didn't want anymore. I worked at a warehouse that processed donations for a chain of thrift stores, and we got first choice on all the product. Well, apparently that was a no-no. And when they sat me down in the conference room to fire me with expressions on their faces like I had committed war crimes, I asked, well, how long was I supposed to keep items that I didn't want anymore? And they said that I had to donate them back or give them away. Well, these were items that I bought with my own money, and they were trying to dictate what to do with my own property, so fuck them. Honestly, that is the vibe to go with. I understand you've got some corporate policies and shit like that, but doesn't it hurt you just a little bit to know that Maggie outlasted you? God damn. Maggie's gonna be there forever. Probably one of the managers is her secret aunt or something, trying to protect Maggie, keep her employed, getting up to all sorts of shenanigans in the file cabinet. Or maybe they just like Maggie more than OP. Much like myself. It does suck though. That is some bullshit to get fired for. They make you pay for the thing, so yeah, now it's yours. They're just jealous of the profit you made off the thing. I guess if you're like picking through specifically for that, which is probably the actual case of what happened, you know? Like she said, they get first picks. So I come in and I grab the good stuff before it goes out there. Whatever, shit job. Probably no loss at the end of it all. Opie says, I took a month off of working, then I got a job with a small family-run graphic design company, and I am much happier. Oh yeah? Show me some of your graphics there. Graphic design is my passion. Also, stepping away from Maggie really put into perspective just how big of a spaz she is, and how toxic that environment was. I mean, yeah, I guess maybe you can't smell it when you're standing in it, but fucking, it's pretty obvious. It's been obvious the whole time. The people that were goading you on, telling you that, like, these are great stories and you should continue on with your actions, that you're definitely not the wrong person, like, those are not the people you want to listen to. Sometimes criticism's hard to take on board, but, like, it's for your own self-betterment. You know, you should respect the people who respect you enough to be honest with you and say, hey, that's a big load of bullshit what you were doing. And hopefully you can take that on board and maybe make some changes, or alternatively, just whatever, say, I don't agree. But don't make a big fucking deal out of it. Anyway, OP says, I mean, I did already know all of that, but when I look back on it, I was like, whoa, that was even more messed up than I thought. Yeah, I guess. From the outside looking in, it's sloppy as shit. But I wasn't on the floor day to day. It was probably even worse than that. There's all sorts of little cat fights going on that we don't know about. 20 different Reddit stories from 18 different OPs about how they were wronged by their coworker. All in this little Christmas warehouse. Small world, swear. Anyway, so, on to the final Maggie installation. I was heading back home after spending time with my boyfriend the weekend before Thanksgiving, and I realized I was out of bread. And I was gunning for a grilled cheese to go with the homemade butternut squash soup I'd made, so I headed to the grocery store. Yeah, I don't want to hear about your fucking life or your errands. Like, well, my tooth was hurting a little bit, so I ate some peanuts and I went to the dentist. The dentist said, is that peanut butter in your mouth? And I'm like, I just like to keep the peanuts in there that way sometimes. Work around it. It's what I'm paying you for. So fucking weird tangent. Anyway, I grabbed a gallon of milk to wash down the peanut butter, you see. I was walking by the liquor department on the way to where the bread would be, and I thought, a nice white wine might be good with dinner. So I started perusing the bottles. Oh yeah, just one bottle, huh? I wish I could get through the day with just one bottle anymore. I can't even fucking look in the mirror anymore. I'm talking as if I'm you, OP. We know you went for the box of Franzia. It's okay. It's okay. You can take the bag out. It's fun. I understand. Then suddenly I hear a loud, obnoxious voice that I know all too well. It was Maggie, jovially shouting to someone who was probably standing right next to her. I immediately froze. Yeah, in shame, because she lasted at the job longer than you. Sucks to suck. The grocery store where I was is right around the corner from both my old and new jobs. Yeah, like I said, small world. Honestly, I felt such a feeling of relief at never having to see or hear or smell Maggie again at work that it never crossed my mind that I would see her out here in the wild. She lives in a small town half an hour away, but it never occurred to me to start avoiding this particular grocery store. But yeah. There we were. Like I said, sucks to suck. You didn't plan this out at all, did you? A little more forethought should have probably gone in. I'm just gonna tell you real. I immediately hot-stepped it over to the end cap of a margarita mix so she wouldn't see me in the aisle, and peeked around the corner, and sure enough, it was Maggie, joyfully yelling to my ex-coworker Matt, who was like 4 feet away from her. I used to give Matt rides home because he doesn't have a car, and he lives in my neighborhood, and if I had some errands to run, I usually asked him if he needed to go to the grocery store, or Walgreens, or pet store, or whatever, and yeah, he basically always did. So I'm assuming that what was happening here is Maggie took over the role of carting Matt around. Yeah, so she gets to yell at him at 4 feet away if she wants to now. She adopted Matt. Well, he was Matt, then she changed his name to Max because she misprinted the collar that he refuses to wear. He's such a naughty boy. That's why we leave him in the hot car.
Max, what the heck you trying to do? Trying to get away from you.
The tangents are only getting weirder. We gotta wrap this shit up or I'm gonna spin off into insanity. So yeah, when Maggie feels emboldened, the volume of her voice goes up from its usual, like, 8 out of 10 to a blaring 11. Yeah, the full Spinal Tap. I assume she was so excited to be seen in public with an actual person and not just her carload of Pokemon stuffed toys. Seriously, she has like 30 Pokemon plushes that she keeps in her car. What Pokemon? Probably cool ones. I like most Pokemon too. And I like how OP looks down her nose at the thing, and I'm like, yeah, actually, I think it's a pretty cool thing. I do get it. I mean, OP's, 45, 50 years old. Of course they're not gonna like Pokemon. Born in the wrong time gap, and then also, I have so much crochet work and Franzia. How am I supposed to get anything else done? I'm too busy scalping things from my job to make ends meet. While I look down on my coworker who lives with her parents while secretly being like, I wish I could live with my parents too.
Your parents are dead! You have no family!
So I end up getting fired from a job that literal criminals can work at. And you still want to have the superiority complex about it, because she's got Pokemon plushes, because she buys things that she enjoys. How about you go fuck right off? So I'm hiding behind these bottles of gross mixers, trying to plan my escape. Yeah, I wanted to go like peek around the corner, but I was also planning my escape. Do you understand how ass backwards that is? You either want the confrontation or you don't. You already knew. You already knew from the voice, but you had to go see it with your own eyes. Then when she spots you, everybody's gonna be fucking shocked. Like, oh, I thought her vision was only based on movement. Opie says the way the layout of the store goes is that if you're in the liquor section, you're backed into a corner, because when 9 p.m. rolls up, all they need to be able to do is pull the metal gate across the whole section so people can't try to grab booze after it's illegal to sell it. I was trapped. They don't sell booze after 9 p.m.? Was it fucking Utah? This is why I started day drinking, man. You gotta get it out of the way early, before they close up at 9 p.m. And I'll be asleep by then. Maggie wasn't about to budge, because on the other side of the liquor section were the shelves with canisters of like trail mix and chocolate covered goodies and nuts and candies. You know, the ones that got the scoops attached and you pay by the pound. Yeah, those are free. You can just take some of it for free, I'm pretty sure. I could have left without my bread, which was not happening. But even if I did, I'd still be doing, at best, a long walk to the registers in plain sight of the wildebeest. Even though my back would be turned, I have not forgotten her penchant for staring at people and watching their every move. I have distinctive tattoos and surface piercings on the back of my neck, so yeah, she'd absolutely recognize me and try to engage me in conversation. I mean, it's your fault for getting the tattoos and the piercings, isn't it? No identifiable markings. That's what I say. I'm not helping the police to do their job any more than the absolute bare minimum. And anyway, it was unbearable to have to be polite to her when I was getting paid to be nice. No way am I engaging with that mess for free. Hell no, I'm on holiday time. I mean, yeah, all you gotta do is pay for the shit and walk out. Like, the interaction probably will happen, but it's like 30 seconds. Good to see you. Hope life's going well. Bye. So I made a quick plan to dart into the aisle across from the liquor department and follow it all the way down and then come back the other way in the bread aisle and hope that Maggie would be done loading up her bag of chocolates. I heard Matt say, I'm gonna go grab a bag of dog food. And I seized my moment to make a break for it. It worked. She didn't see me. I got my bread. Wow. That was high stakes fucking stealth action right there. You must have stealth 100, dude. As soon as Matt said dog food, I grabbed some dog food and threw it through a plate glass window. That'll distract him. OP says, however, after I had procured my bakery prize and got to the end of the aisle, Maggie was still there, shoveling candy into her sack. Yeah, like a big fat Grinch. I thought, oh, holy hell. I'm gonna just pull a reverse U-turn and walk 5 aisles back just so I could shoot right into the express lane and then make a break for it. But then, Maggie starts looking furtively around. I pulled my head back into the bakery aisle like, oh shit, she's in observation mode, looking for Dan to come back. How wrong I was. Who's Dan? I guess that's Matt's actual name. Opie's slipped up a little bit like that. Anyways, you'll probably be fine if you just, freeze. Her vision is based on movement. That's what I heard. That's what I said. When I peered around the corner again, Maggie had her fat fist jammed in the bin of chocolate-covered raisins, which she then stuffed into her mouth. With the whole pandemic and everything we learned, all the safety precautions we'd taken, this imbecile shoves her bare hand into a bin of food meant for public consumption. I was appalled and disgusted. I mean, yeah, you should be. It's really not great. When I said you could take some for free, I didn't mean stick your nasty human fingers in there. If you're gonna do that, you just pluck. Like one gummy worm. They'll never miss this. You taking like handfuls of, like 2 scoops of chocolate raisins straight to the dome, bro? She probably didn't even swallow. She's just like, oh, my God, she's a monster. Anyway, OP continues, appalled and disgusted are pretty much the base of my go-to feelings, along with vast annoyance. Well, I've had it up to here with this vile woman, and even if none of my old managers had taken my complaints about her seriously, as God is my witness, I was going to make sure that at least one manager would. Yeah, the manager who sees you as a customer and not a subordinate. Okay, I guess that's a power play for you. I shop in this store. You have to listen to me. Well, how about you just don't shop here anymore then? I don't know what to tell you.
I'd like to speak to your manager. I'd like to speak to your mother. Tell her she should be embarrassed. She raised someone to act like a baby in public. You want to speak to the manager, please? The manager doesn't know what's going on. Haven't you ever worked anywhere before?
OP going fucking full Karen, and it's just like her proudest moment ever. I think that's really sad, you know? I'm quite concerned for you. I threw myself into reverse and quick stepped up to the customer service desk and asked for the manager. Luckily, she was right there, and I said, I thought you should know about this. I was grabbing a loaf of bread, and this, larger woman wearing a yellow Hufflepuff sweater and shorts. If I hadn't mentioned it, Maggie thinks she's an edgelord by wearing shorts in winter, and yes, they were stuck up her butt cheeks. That poor badger. He's never coming out of his hole. Ah, shit. Anyway, yeah, that woman with the badger hole, she put her bare hands into the chocolate-covered raisins so she could eat a handful. I don't know if she ate more than one handful, but it was just, like, really gross. And she was, like, licking her fingers and stuff. The manager looked horrified and thanked me for letting her know and said she'd take care of it. I sped through self-checkout and booked it out of there. Oh, come on, OP. You can't help yourself. You stuck around for the aftermath, didn't you? Wow, seems not. So after the holiday was over, I started texting my former coworkers saying vague stuff like, so what happened with Maggie at that grocery store? And I got the scoop. Maggie was asked to leave the store and was not allowed to purchase her Thanksgiving items and earned herself a lifetime ban from the entire chain of grocery stores. Yeah, but those sweet chocolate raisins were worth it. The secret ingredient is crime. Matt was allowed to purchase his food, and he found Maggie weeping in her car. Matt told everyone everything. I mean, Maggie gave you a fucking ride to the shop. Why wouldn't you go back in there and buy Maggie's food on her behalf? Like, that would be the decent thing to do. I guess Matt's a piece of shit too, man. You can't trust anybody in this old life. Just like, hey, thanks for giving me the ride. Can you give me the ride back now, even though you didn't get anything? And also, I'm gonna embarrass you and tell everyone what happened here today. Y'all just the fucking worst. So that's it for the tales of Maggie. Friends, I think that is a good sentence to end it up with. Y'all are just the fucking worst. My mental health is so much better. I love my new job. My new boyfriend is awesome and things are looking up. I wish you all the best in the holiday season. OP out. Yeah, like I say, like you give a shit about my holiday, honestly. It fucking rocked, though. Thank you so much. I really do feel bad for Maggie. At the end of the day, again and again, she's trying to help out, taking this dude to the store, and he's just being an unrepentant dick about it. OP throwing fuel on the fire. I'm supposed to like clap and cheer. Oh, you really got one over on her. But the person that you should be angry with is yourself, you know? The person that got themselves fired from the job that literal criminals come in to do, you know? But I guess that takes a little bit too much self-reflection. I guess that's a scary thing to look in the mirror and ask, like, what is my part in this? Because then you'd find out that, yeah, you are sort of obsessively stalking this woman who you claim to disdain. It's it's fucking ridiculous. I don't understand. Mercifully, I don't have to, because it's over now. Well, I guess not quite over. We gotta settle the scores between the Gubbinses and stuff. Is there anything I forgot to plug? Patreon, YouTube memberships, Fourth Wall for the merch, podcasts. That's iTunes and Spotify. Waifu Pilled, my Steam game. Oh yes, it's still under development. The other games I'm programming, significantly smaller, but Waifu Pilled, yeah, 60 levels of madness. It's not your normal match 3 visual novel because it's not horny. It just talks about philosophy a lot. But I hope that you'll wishlist it and pick it up when it comes out. $3 is the price point, so cheap enough, I guess. But yeah, I guess I will stop and we'll let the Gubbinses have their say, shall we? So, what do you think of the end of Maggie here, Gubbinses?
Why manager mad? Maggie just doing quality control for the whole community. She testing the raisins for structural integrity with her bare hands, which are nature's most precise calipers. She like a master watchmaker, but instead of gears, she used chocolate-covered fruit and saliva. This not a health code violation, this a public service. She the hero in the Hufflepuff sweater that we don't deserve. Gubbins.
Yeah, handful of raisins. You're like, that one was a cockroach. Lucky I saved you.
The author speaks of liberation. Yet they have spent years meticulously documenting every odor and skin fold of a woman they claim to loathe.
Real.
This is not a story of triumph, but a mutual parasitic haunting where the observer is just as diseased as the subject. Dark Gubbins.
Swinging for the fences, Dark Gubbins. I like it.
Dark Gubbins, too mean. Maybe she just need more Pokemon. 30 not enough to stop the crying. Gubbins.
God damn it. I feel attacked.
The plushies are merely a soft polyester tomb for her social life, and your empathy is a waste of carbon. Dark Gubbins.
Oh my god, the claws are coming out. What do you got to say to that, Gubbins?
But if she have a Squirtle, she can wash her hands. Problem solved. Science. Gubbins. Squirtle, Squirtle.
I love that Gubbins knows what a Squirtle is. I think Dark One edged it. I think, is it a tie? I guess it is.
It's a tie!
Don't ask me why! Oh, not this stupid tie! The whole fucking saga and we got a tie at the end? Yeah, I did it. That's fine. And I reset the thing also just before. But I plugged all the things already. I want to go back to the lab just to tell you, friends, face to face, that you are loved, you are worthy, you definitely deserve it. And I shall see you in the next one. So until then, friends, bye-bye.
Thank you for calling ReddX Industries. Your call is very important to us. Please hold on the line while we decontaminate the lab.